Moving over.
It's time.
Yes, it is time. All the Foogies just freaked out for a second. Fuck you, Foogies. I love you. But yes, hello. It has been eons, years, days, and decades since we last streamed Curse of Strahd. So there's been like 3 episodes you haven't seen. Don't worry about it. A lot of drama happened, and we're probably gonna get more into it. But hello, one and all, and welcome back to my haunting season of Performance Check, A Curse of Strahd Tale, which is known as the Darkest Faerie. Someone will tell a creepier story in the near future or have a creepier game. This is my attempt at horror. It's just curses and fey luck. That's it. But this is where gothic horror meets a little bit of whimsy, it meets some nightmares, and some morbid curiosity. A story that takes place in that once belonged in the realm of Ulstea, a homebrew world that Jester and I have created in tandem over the years, and it's still growing. Huzzah! There will be various changes to the story. This isn't your typical tale of Curse of Strahd, like many have explained before, but this one's got a little bit more fairy tale spin to it, and we deleted everything that we don't like. I will be your beloved host through this tale of horror, guided by my cast, who I will lovingly call the Broads, through our story and time together. To let you all know, Frozen Elemental or Frozen Quartz VT is no longer going to be a part of the campaign at the moment. He is trying to acquire a new job, so D&D is a little bit up in the air for him right now. But eventually you might see Nock and Vera again here or there. But until then, we are just going to have our lovely cast of 5. So Broads, who wants to explain who the fuck they are and where you're from?
I'm not explaining where my character's from.
I
That's secret.
can go first. Hello, my name is the Paladin Bell. I am playing Allegra de Lamont this evening, an Acer Blood Asmar Paladin who has daddy issues. You can find me at the Paladin Bell on Twitch, or I do stream here on Performance Check every other Monday, streaming Triumph and Tragedy in the Shattered Isles. And then I'm gonna popcorn over to Cell.
Celeste, you also know me as Softy Sage the Softcubus, right here on Twitch. And tonight, just like normal, haven't changed this at all, I'll be playing Katarina Durst, a Barovian human woman and sassy witch bitch. And I will popcorn that over to my bestie, Jester.
Hello, my name is Jester, or I go by he, it. Either one is fine. Tonight I am playing Lottie, my undead Eladrin, who's here for a good time. And also information. Please give her information. Please, 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 please. Consider. Let her answer her question. That's it. I don't stream anywhere. You can find me on Artfight as something. I don't know my fucking Artfight name is. Hold on. Voidling Vibes on Artfight. After that, that's shit, Bella already went. Who's left?
Wow. I can't believe you forgot me.
I would, you know what? Go.
Me?
Go. Do it. No,
One of
go
your
do
besties?
It.
Well, now I don't want to.
No, I threw it right in your face.
Oh man. I'm Lynx. I go by Quark Lynx on any site where you can socialize your medias. And tonight I will be playing R.A., our reserved half-elf rogue/ranger who is full of secrets. That's why their hair's so big.
Full secrets.
And I think our last person is stepped away for a second. Our beloved host, would you like me to introduce Beth? I can do my best impression of creepy.
If you want to do it, sure.
Hello. I will be playing Beth this evening. She is a dancer and is very pretty, and she likes to pry into all of your secrets. So tell her all of your secrets. My name is Creepy, and I'm your best friend, and I love you all very much.
Aw. Thank you. Thank you. I will let you know that Sal and I were snickering.
Creepy's back. Creepy, take over.
What?
Take the wheel.
Oh god.
Lynx did introduce you, but you can introduce yourself properly now.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure whatever introduction she did was great. But hi, I'm Beth. I am so happy to be involved.
Yep. That was pretty much
Same thing.
same thing. Yep.
Mhm.
I will clip that and I will show you how Lynx introduced you once this is over for you. And I will put it
I'll
in
clip it.
highlights of the game because it will make me happy. You're good. Yeah. So this is episode 9. And we are calling episode 9 of chapter 2 The Valley of Smiles, because I don't know if they're gonna get to the place I want to. So they're gonna travel to the Valley of Smiles. Lynx, since you graciously offered, would you like to do the recap of what the fuck happened last episode on Curse of Strahd?
Last time on Curse of Strahd, the Darkest Faerie, I took a lot of notes, so prepare yourself. We started off last session with Lottie summoning a familiar with Cat's help. It's basically a stuffed animal, like think Velveteen Rabbit vibes. Beth talked with her mother, which was whack because mother was like, hey, you should tell me all about your friends. I have special interest in some of them. Anyway, Allegra also had a moment with a mother figure, if you will. What was it? Mother Knight? Yeah. So there was a chat there that occurred via flower mail, I guess. And Allegra got real sad because she realized, fuck, I gotta do a patricide. Oh, man. Oh, that sucks. Anyway, and then RA showed up and was like, bro, you good? And Allegra was like, no, I'm not. And RA was like, oh, damn, here's some ill-timed words of wisdom. You should totally kill your dad. And Allegra was like, thanks. And then they headed back to camp and everyone was there and we all, like, vibed, except RA, who was like, fuck this, I want to leave immediately. And RA went straight to the tent of Madame Ava and was like, yo, hey, so cool how you dropped my dead name, basically. Yeah, I loved that. So great. Hey, so is the only way to leave killing Strahd? And Madame Ava was like, short and easy answer. Yeah, basically. Cool. Hey, so backstory stuff. You got answers on that front? And Madame Ava was like, oh, yeah, dope. Here you go. Here's some answers. And Arya was like, oh, sick. Thanks, dog, and dipped. but not before indicating potential interest in a special NPC, if you catch my drift. Is Mark. Anyway. So at that point, I did that for the evening, but I watched the VOD and I continued my notes. And so Lottie took a turn with Madame Ava after there was a big old flirt going down between Allegra and Katerina and Allegra? Damn. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, Lottie also had backstory questions for Madame Ava. And got a card reading for, like, a personalized card reading from Madame Ava. And Lottie got the Nomad reversed, which symbolized opportunity, change, and decisions, a suit for travelers, seekers, and those undergoing transformation. But it was super mysterious. And then there was another card that was drawn, but you can't guess what it was. That's right, it was the Dark Lord, upright, Strahd von Zero bitch herself. So Strahd probably has a key to Lottie's mysterious and forgotten past. Oops. Can't wait to find out how that goes. Allegra also took a turn with Madame Ava. We were just rotating in and out all night, I guess. Allegra also got a personalized reading. Basically asked for advice on like, hey, am I really gonna have to do a patricide or am I being cray-cray? And Madame Ava was like, I mean, you could also not. There's options. It's complicated. Look into it, okay? Okay, you got some besties now. You can rely on them for help. And Allegra was like, cool, thanks. Love that. Thank you. Madame Ava also recommended a backup option if Allegra's chat with her dad doesn't go well. Some weird woman who lives in Valaki named Jenny. Such a great fantasy. No. And then Allegra asked about Beth's mother. You know, that person that we mentioned earlier who was curious about some of the party members with clearly nefarious intentions. And Madame Ava was like, never trust a hoe. And I live by that. Anyway, so yeah, we all took a chat. We all settled down for the evening. And now that leads us to the morning, I believe.
Yeah. If anyone didn't have anything for the rest of the night, we I know Lynx's shorts note taking or reiterating her note taking is amazing because I know what your notes look like and it's not that kind of shorthand.
It is not.
But
it is extraordinarily thorough.
You really shorthanded everything.
I know.
I do my best.
I raised my hand.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'd be here all night.
That's fair. The thingy I messaged you about. There's several things. Hold on.
I was like, yes, many. Which one? I've been told many things. Bold of you to think I remember. I have to remember a lot in this household.
So many secrets.
I gotta talk to Winnie about, hey, what's up with you? What's your deal?
Ooh, maybe I should find some eerie music to play. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Do you want to do that while you're asleep? Before the beginning of the during the long rest? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, let me find some atmosphere.
I mean, no, I'm gonna talk to her sitting wide awake, staring into nothingness.
I feel like
That might get...
I'm gonna get to it. It's my ambience real quick. That's what I always play.
I'm so glad Lynx has such good notes.
Yeah.
Mine are a train wreck
Welcome.
sometimes.
I have written verbatim the personalized readings, but I didn't read them all because that would be boring.
I'm just gonna play. Yeah, you could. But you don't need to. We are okay with that one. So you get your little point of inspiration. Yay! Hooray! Okay.
I'll probably use it immediately.
Probably. Alright.
Thank you.
Round of applause for doing inspiration and getting and probably using it immediately. But it is we ended the session and I also prefaced that like, hey, I'm gonna move on to the morning. But everyone kind of had managed to scatter their way into different sleeping arrangements, if I recall correctly. No one was in a pair sleeping together beyond the siblings. The siblings are probably the only people who are like, yeah, I'll take a Vardo and sleep in the company of in warm company and what have you. Versus everyone just kind of went to the opposite sides of the camp and were like, this is where I'm going to relax.
Slept in the fucking woods.
You did. I'm pretty sure everyone told me, I'm just gonna go over there. And I'm like, okay. So...
Allegra also slept in the woods.
Yes, perfect. So, for Lottie, would you
Yes.
say that did you eventually succumbed into being bribed and bartered by the local study to go into Avardo to sleep, or you think you're at like the edge of camp sleeping underneath a tree?
No, I'm not gonna hide away. I'll sleep in a photo. I'm not. Look, if there's a chance I can sleep inside of something, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah. So, and then Madame Ava, you are in the season of celebration.
Yes.
Autumn, a beautiful thing. A season that foretells change and accomplishment. You are no longer your sad, weepy, depressed little self anymore. And Madame Ava just turned your clock a little bit backwards so you can be autumn and at least in a
Depression
better
cured.
mindset. Yeah. Depression cured. Just in a better mindset to handle the tribulations you are about to go through.
Yeah.
And as being an Eladrin, also being a reborn, you don't need to sleep for long. And I imagine the festivities, you are hanging out, you're watching your new familiar run around. Beth did tell it that committing crimes was the best secret it could do. So it has been stealing things from little kids or from your pockets and hiding them around the place. And it's been a fun game of like, where's my quill?
I think a lot of it ends up in like a stash and under the equivalent of like a and like you know how a bunch of things end up under the couch and stuff.
Yes. She is clearly sitting on all of everyone's quills or like little pin cushions because she's a stuffed animal, basically. If she ever, dies via Find Familiar rules, she will explode in a bunch of cotton. I will let you know that.
I almost said cotton and glitter.
Yeah, it could be glitter. Sure, we'll do that. Cotton and glitter, established. But eventually she calms down, gets in your lap, and snuggles, and eventually sleep does take over for you.
Mhm.
And you are in the mindset as you are holding your familiar tight to your chest, a very squished and compact form that reminds you very much of your patron. And the questions you have asked Madame Ava about a couple of hours, like an hour or two ago.
Yeah, thinking real hard on that one.
Yeah. And you are back in the forest. Not a star in the sky above you. And you're in, like, the middle of a canopy. There's, like, the logs and the little tiny bonfire in the center. As you find your way moving over, take a seat at the log and just wait for Winnie to notice that you are here. And in this instance, your familiar is with you. Sleeping in your arms.
Yeah, probably warm.
Yeah, very warm. Is kicking her little feet in the air. As, like, she is now basking in the heat of, like, a open flame near her. Not catching herself on fire, but, like, sunbathing. Basking in it.
Yeah, basking. Basking's a good word.
And eventually you hear the little, you don't hear her jovial laughter. You don't hear, like, the telltale signs of, like, her usual, like, I'm gonna run up to you and spook you kind of thing, or I'm gonna, like, tap you on the shoulder and walk the other way. You just hear a twig snap from behind you, and then you just see Winnie hiding behind, like, peeking out from behind a tree.
I wave very, like, just wave a little bit. It's okay. You can come out.
But you're angry at me.
No, I'm not mad at you. I had a bit of a moment, but I've thought it through, and I'm very sorry. You can come out, it's okay. Do you wanna meet somebody? I think she'll like show off the very sleepy, like probably like holding up the familiar, probably it's like, like ferrets, how they just like dangle.
Yeah.
I imagine it's that sort of thing.
She is quite a distance, like about 20 feet away, and you see that she leans her whole entire body forward from the tree. Like, some of it is still behind it. Like, she is using the tree to anchor herself to hide behind, but she's also pushing herself forward so she can see what you're holding in the firelight. And then you are not blinded per se, but the moon, like the light, kind of focuses on you and casts you in like this like whole like ethereal moonlight glow. And then sorry. We're ordering wings. Yeah.
Wongs.
That's what I want. I want wogs. And you're basking in this ethereal glow of the moon being shown upon you. And then you hear her do a little gasp and goes, oh, that's Bon Bon.
Is that what you want to call her?
Does she have a name?
I named her. If I can find it, I named her Kira. But you can call her Bon Bon. I don't think she'll care.
You hear Kira like scratch at like scratch at your like bat at your hair, and then like as to gesture down, and she goes, I'm based off of Bon Bon. That's why I'm stuffed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The more you know, I suppose.
You should ask me things. Like, are you gonna tell her it's my birthday? She should know too.
Yeah, did you hear that, Winnie? It's her birthday, and you're hiding over there.
You see her disappear from the tree, and then there's a sound of twigs snapping as she's running away. And you think for a moment, it's like, well, fuck. I just scared her away by saying happy birthday.
Right, yeah.
And eventually, from the other side of the camp, like when he runs behind you and is coming from the front. And she is holding a bouquet of, of flowers. And she goes, I'm sorry, the last thing Lottie gave me was a sword, and I left it in the material world, so here's some flowers. Happy birthday! And, Kira doesn't say anything, but starts eating the flowers. And when he looks down, like, in despair, like, oh my god, Kira hates the gift I gave her. But you know Kira is enjoying it because she's eating the flowers.
It's okay, honey. She likes it. She doesn't hate them. Why don't you sit down?
Just like a young child, she just sits down, crisscross applesauce on the ground. And then she's not looking at you, but she's looking up a little bit at Kira in your arms, and then looks down, and then tries to find like a random ant or something that's crawling up the ground just to focus on that.
Do you want to hold her?
Mm-hmm.
And she'll hand Kira over to her.
Yeah, you see Winnie will hold Kira in her arms very tightly as she is munching through the rest of like the stems of the flowers. Kira has exited from this conversation for the time being.
Kira's just vibing.
Kira is eating.
Yeah.
Eating whatever the fuck mind flowers are in
We
your
don't
brain
wanna-
space.
I feel like that's a weird conversation. That's a weird hole to go down.
Yes.
Well, first, I want to say I'm sorry. I was going through a lot, and I'm just having a very rough time. But that didn't mean I should have upset you like that, and I'm very sorry about that. I did want to ask you some questions. You're not in trouble,
Mhm.
but so, do you know anything about dark powers or what they are?
Um, she gives you a quizzical look, or she gives you a face of like, "Are you stupid?" And she's like, "There are powers that are dark."
I mean, yes, but they're apparently forces in Barovia that have like to trick or like manipulate people. Something it was I can't remember the full thing of it. Something about souls was mentioned, but I was curious to see if you knew anything about it.
You see that she, while she's holding Kira in her arms, she grabbed like a twig and is like poking at the dirt and drawing like little stick figures of just like random things. Eventually, you see one of you, or a stick figure that you assume is you, with like little hearts and exclamation points, and then eventually she gets to like this person who has like little tiny squiggles all around them and an angry face that has her arms crossed. And then she just keeps drawing like little stink lines all over them. And she goes,
Yeah,
"Sounds like Mom."
who's that? I think this is the first time I'm hearing about this.
My mom?
Yeah.
That's my. You asked who's that, and who's that is my mom. Like,
Okay. Yeah.
your
Well,
mother?
you know,
Do you not
yeah,
have a
given-
mom, Lottie?
Well, I'm pretty sure I have one. I vaguely remember one. However, you also have to consider I don't have a lot of things in this brain for an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about your mom?
She's wispy, and she's angry, and she's manipulative.
Mhm. Have you seen her, or have you been avoiding her?
I've been here, stupid.
Well, duh. Yeah, that was kind of silly question. And I just wanted to talk to you and apologize because I was very rude to you. That wasn't very nice of me to do that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's giving you like that smug child of like, yeah, you better apologize to me. She doesn't understand that she should also apologize, or she should accept your apology. Like that's like the
Yeah.
correct thing to do. So right now she's just going, yeah, keep apologizing. Okay. You said mean things about me. In front of your scary friend.
I don't think she's that scary.
You said mean things about me and you. She's scary.
She's a little intense.
Do you like her?
Well,
Is that why you're hanging out with her and not me? Is that why you got mad at me? Do you like her? Like her?
I don't know. I don't know. I think Lottie's like looking away a little bit. In response as she's talking. I don't know if I like her. I think she's interesting to hang out with, and she knows a lot about the place we're at. So I think it's nice to talk to her and learn more information.
Winnie has clocked out of the conversation and is holding Kira in her arms, going like, she likes her. And Kira just lets out a squeak.
Yeah. I do have like another question. I'm not sure if you know anything because you've been with me and I don't know if you know anything. Does the name Strahd mean anything to you?
We're in their home.
Yeah.
And then all the spooky stuff that the... Oh, wait. Actually, she would know that because she was banned from not listening to the card reading.
Yeah.
She was not allowed to listen to that. So, she goes, Well, we're in their land. His land.
Mm-hmm.
Her land.
I think it's her.
Yes. You ran away from their dinner, which was cool, because rebellion is what you're teaching me right now. So I should rebel.
Rebellion is what I'm teaching you.
Yes, you told me to not listen to grown-ups and their invitations, and we should run away and break things in the process, like doors.
I don't know if I told you.
You almost broke down a door.
What do you mean I almost broke down a door?
You were helping the scary lady and the really buff lady try to break down a door that was
Oh.
locked.
Oh, yeah.
So I should do that. I should break down doors, right?
I
And then
I
spooky
think-
teleportation magic happened, and then we were in Zombieland.
Is this what you think we're in right now, a zombie land?
No, we left Zombieland.
Oh, yeah, we did, yeah.
We're in a very happy place. I like this place.
Yeah, it's really nice.
But you have to leave this place.
I know. I know, we have to go somewhere else.
There's so many cool
Or-
kids you can talk to and talk for me by using you, and I could use my one free thing to, that you told me I could do so I could talk to a lot of kids, but no, we have to leave this place because you don't like me.
I do like you.
You can tell she's trying to guilt trip you into staying in the Masani camp.
Listen. Oh God, I'm thinking now. I'm thinking, do I be stupid? Do I be silly stupid? And give her the one free pass in the fucking Vistani camp?
Nope, you, if you do that, I will tell you as a DM, she will use that as a second time. She will still have her other option.
Ah, okay.
Yes, I will tell you out of character, if you offer her to take over your body right now to talk to kids, she will still possess you in a near future.
Okay, sick. Okay. Yeah. I just think she ruffles Winnie's hair a little bit. Another time. Not right now, we've got a missing person to find and so many other things. I have to find my book. The book with all my stuff in it.
I guess we can find your book.
I mean, I would like to remember stuff.
But
I think.
well, we can forget about the past and have new memories.
I can also have
Better
new
memories?
memories. I can also have new memories while having my old one.
Well, if you find your book, then you should find something of mine, so I can remember things before we got stuck together, right?
Yeah, I don't. What would I find for you? What would you want me to find out there?
Well, this looks like Bonbon, but it's not Bonbon, so that could be fun. Maybe finding my stuffed rabbit would be good.
Do you know where it is?
No,
Yeah.
somewhere here, maybe, or back home. Maybe. Okay. I know I shouldn't say this, but we could do. Oh wait, no, she actually doesn't know this information. Never mind, she doesn't know you have to kill Strahd to leave.
Yeah.
I was just
I mean,
gonna
I feel like
make her commit violence.
we've talked about it, like, as a group at one point or another.
Maybe, but I don't think she would immediately pitch violence right now. But
Yeah.
she would just be like, I don't know. Could be where you were. It could be somewhere here.
Well,
But it's
it
a
has to be-
rabbit that looks like Kira, but without feathers.
Do you think possibly it could be at your mother's house?
Hey, maybe.
I mean, this place is pretty big, so I can keep a passive eye out for it.
I hope it's not, but yeah, it could be there.
At least your thing is not with someone who's very hard to deal with.
No, my mom's really hard to deal with. So is my dad, but they don't talk anymore. I think.
Winnie is a child of divorce.
Dad went to go get milk one day and never came home.
Okay, I think I will look out for you guys. Look out for you and see what I can find. But in the meantime, and I just wanted to talk to you. I know it's been a little tense, but I will look for your bonbon and see if I can find a lead on that. Do you want another knife? Since you left yours on the material plane? Or the plane we're in right now?
You see, she just nods her head.
You said I can just, like, make shit appear.
Yes,
in my
yes.
brain. I gave her another toy knife.
Okay. Well, you know what you manifest when, if she ever drops it in the material plane.
Yeah. I just give it to... You know, like that go do a crime meme?
Yes.
Lottie handing Winnie a fucking knife. A
Yeah.
toy knife.
Cute. Hey, Madame Ava said nurture this child, otherwise she might go evil. And Lottie's thing is like, how do I make a child happy? Give her a knife?
I'm nurturing her spirit by giving her a toy she
Violence.
lost. With violence, yeah.
But she'll take the wooden, like, dagger and then get up. Shh, Lakes, don't say that. You're gonna give me give away the idea, the plot. But yeah, she'll grab the dagger and then scurry off, squealing, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." And you don't know where she goes after that.
Does she drop Kira when she runs
Yeah.
after him?
Kira is immediately. It's like Kira was in her lap, and she immediately grabbed the dagger and then shot back up and ran into the woods with a knife.
Okay.
You
yeah.
assume whatever she does in this forest, you're just gonna let it be.
It's fine. Nothing bad has ever happened to my brain when she had a little knife in it. It's fine.
Absolutely. And eventually, you come to. Bright early in
God.
the morning. You only sleep for 4 hours.
The things I can't tell Kat that I gave the child another knife.
Hey, if you keep freaking her out and then she keeps dropping the daggers in the material plane, you have a free +1 dagger stash.
I'm not gonna freak her out just for an infinite dagger glitch.
Listen. Think of all the other weapons you could do this glitch with.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Don't know if Lottie knows what that is, but sure. Yeah, you come to, and then you hear the... You don't hear the loud merriment of festivity out there, because it is still fairly early in the morning. But, you do see, like, people are moving around and getting things ready.
Yeah. Do any of us, like, in character-wise, know about Beth's mom? Or is it just, like, a her thing until
I
she tells
think
us?
Beth has mentioned her mom at a couple of points.
Katarina has met her mom.
Yeah. Kat knows her mom, physically has met her. And then you all have heard things about Mother.
Yeah.
Of course,
But-
if you bring up Mother to Cat, you'll then have to bring up that you gave the child a knife again.
Yeah.
Listen, I can lie. I can lie to Kat. It's
You'd also
fine.
talk to Beth and get information. get better information or get even more confused. Up to you.
God, I think it would be very interesting to go. God, I'm looking at the dots in my mind, and I'm like, I hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna put a pin in that. I'm gonna actually write in my notes, but like, listen, it's fine. No one has to know. I've armed the child.
Again. But yes.
I am.
Yeah. Oh. It's okay.
Welcome back.
You are okay. Where is it going? Where is it going? The boop
Morning.
boop distracted. Yes, morning time. Lottie, you wake up to early morning, not festivities, but it's like the elderly Vistana are starting to like get the encampment ready for like breakfast and like making the fires and just slowly like just do like morning routines for everyone before like the younger folks wake up and before the kids wake up.
Yeah.
It's early, like 6 a.m. I would say by the time you get
Could
up.
I find?
Yeah.
Could I find Cat or Allegra? Whoever happens to be around first.
You will
I
know.
think-
Yeah. You go.
I think Allegra would be up before the sunrise.
Yeah.
Probably her.
Kat and Beth also don't need to sleep a lot. But the only person you cannot absolutely find is Ra and Irina and Ismark.
I would probably also be up somewhat soon.
Yeah.
We didn't stay up late or anything.
No. You'd probably get up in the next hour or so, especially sleeping in the woods. It's probably not good on your back.
Could
and
No, it's great.
the general
Please,
anxiety.
Sleep is a bird. That's how you.
Sleeping bird.
I mean, actually, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Could I gather the Barovians who live here?
Yeah.
Who live here?
You can go to each one of them and you can grab Kat, Allegra, and Beth.
No.
It's just like poking my head where they are. Like, hey, can I borrow you for a minute? Pretty please. And like to every person, and it's like gathering Beth, Cat, and Allegra.
I think
Beth will join.
I think much like my last character that I played on Performance Check, you find Allegra working out first thing in the morning. This is Allegra's like anti-stress regimen.
Nice.
Gather
Hey, you should mark off some stress.
gather around the working out Allegra for a huddle. I think Lottie would like look a little nervous, but like, so hypothetically, right? I have a book that has all my memories in it that I don't currently have. Also, good morning. Hi. Hope you slept well.
Morning. That was I was about to say that was an interesting way to start a conversation.
Yes, I've been stewing on a lot of information all night, and trying to come across not rude, but also what's so much for my brain. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would it be if the Count knew where my book of memories was?
I don't think it would be bad if he knew per se, but if he had his hold on it, then it would be bad.
I'd say it's still probably a bad idea if he knows.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not as bad, but yes, probably bad.
And my chances of somehow getting that information about where it is probably not great. Question mark?
Well, where is it?
I don't know. If I knew, I would have a place for it.
So
Suppose
how do you know such a book exists?
As I was talking to Madame Ava, and supposedly, the Count has it, or knows where it is. And if the Count knows where it is, might already have it.
She's one to gather her own assets, as it were.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a way that doesn't end up in me in some kind of deal to get it. And I'm not drawing up a lot of straws on that.
The problem with her having your book of memories is that the memories are you. Your soul, your being, that's you. You are your memories. And if somebody has those, they own you. So it doesn't matter if you strike a deal, she has power over you.
I mean, I would want them back, irregardless, I think. Because I would like to remember at some point in time. So I think that'd be very fun. Very nice to have my memories back.
That does beg the question, if someone has no connection to the memory, does it still have power over the person?
I mean, I suppose.
Yes, it's the same soul. Souls have memories even if you don't.
It would still be tied to me in a way, I guess. Just not with me.
DM, can I ask a fun question?
Yeah.
I have the dark gift, Gathering Whispers. If I focus really hard on Lottie, can I see this other soul?
You mean Winnie?
Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess. I came in the middle of the conversation. I was grabbing food.
It's all good.
Can I detect another presence attached to Lottie if I use my Gathering Whispers?
So we did talk about how Cat has a natural draw to the spirits in essence and partially of your souls. That's why people come and go to you. If you while Allegra and Beth are having a conversation about or having this conversation with Lottie, and you're just focusing your attention towards her as they're animatedly talking, it's not like you see us, Lottie's soul is not split in twain. It's more of a fragment of her. Her soul is not complete, fully complete, because she doesn't have her full memories. And it's very similar to what you run across to people who have, who are also reborn like you. There's always something that is missing with them. And most time they wake up with full memories and they're fully perfect. They just don't remember a certain thing. And you don't see, or you see a copy of Lottie kind of lingering. It is very if we were thinking on a scale of transparency, she's at 10%.
Got it. So just this really low opacity secondary Lottie that's hanging around Lottie Prime.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yes. And it's not they're together because there is in essence both Lottie, but you could see that she is not that 10% is only here because of that tether and is elsewhere.
Gotcha. Okay. So what I picture happening is Lottie and Allegra are talking. Kat is looking directly at Lottie, and Kat's eyes cross. And when her eyes refocus, she says, "You are incomplete. There is another part of your soul disconnected from the rest. And its presence lingers around you due to the nature of Barovia, but it's not here. It's not physically with you. It's
No.
like an echo.
Mhm.
You
I don't
also
know.
see, sorry,
No, go ahead.
Cat. You also see, a little shadow of a girl that lingers near Lottie, who you could assume at this point is the person who it's her patron and the person who she's been talking to. Without you, you don't see any facial features or anything. It's just kind of like a shadow as well.
Mhm.
And then you see a woman, just like a silhouette of a woman who is like further back, from Lottie, but is lingering around.
Got it. Okay, so Kat will describe all that as well. Just there is a silhouette of a young girl near you, and behind both of you is the silhouette of a woman, featureless, but she lingers around your presence.
The little girl, I know who that is.
Yes, I think I do too.
I did speak with her last night. Also, just to talk to her about the dark power stuff. And like to see what she knew. And apparently she, I think like Lottie's like visibly trying to like put a sentence together. So it's a lot of like mouth open, mouth closing. I asked about dark powers and said she knew of when I described what a dark power was to the best of my ability. She said her mother may count as one, which I guess would technically lead to her also being one, but we were talking about my book and me remembering stuff, and can I get a beat on like what Kat's like face is doing right now?
It's twisting a lot. It's contorting a lot. Kat's taking in this information and visibly doesn't love it. Doesn't love the information she's receiving.
Yeah, you're still there.
Okay.
Yeah. So Kat will look at you with a very quizzical and not distrusting of you, but just like has an awareness that there's something greater going on than she suspected. And will look to Lottie. Do you know what a harbinger is?
I feel like I should. Some kind of what, like the Four Horsemen kind of type thing?
Kind of. You're operating in the right territory. A harbinger is a person or thing that announces or signals the approach of a greater thing.
Mhm.
So it might not necessarily be that it might not be that the child is a dark power, but she could be the sign that one is arriving. Or one is watching you.
I know from what we were talking about, she said her mom kind of fit that description of being manipulative, hard to reason with, I think.
Did you give any physical descriptors and details.
Can I copy the drawing that she was doing?
Oh God.
Yeah, you draw a very janky. I should have drew this while I was waiting, while you guys were doing this. So you draw a stick figure, who has like a frown, has little pointed eyebrows that are angry, and her arms are crossed, and it's just a bunch of stink lines all over her, all around her.
I'm not sure if this is much help, but this is what she was drawing when we were talking about it. I don't know, I didn't get a lot of information because I was playing it careful, but also trying to get some kind of dialogue going about it.
Did she give a name?
She just said her mother, her mom. I wasn't given a name.
Well, mother can be a title. And I think I'll look very pointedly at Beth and say, but mother can also be a name.
It can be both.
It does kind of lead me to my next of things that I'm trying to kind of like juggle. So I was talking about me getting back my book, and she said that there was something of hers that was missing to help her remember. And she'll hold up like Kira, in her arms. A stuffed animal that looks like Kira but without the feathers. I posited that maybe it's over with her mom. Otherwise, she said it might be somewhere in Barovia, but this is a big place. So
This
Kira
might.
feathers ring any bells?
The
Would
name-
Kira without feathers ring any bells? Like if I pictured that.
You... I would say maybe. Like, you know, both... If you're thinking of home, per se, like home life, there's a lot of, like, intricate baubles and trinkets that both Baba and Mother just collect. And there are shelves of just, like, you know, stuff like toys that either Baba has hand sewn or they've found, or like trades with the other witches of like, you know, things that are precious to you. Can you give that up and we'll teach you magic? So you're sure that maybe there's a couple of rabbits who kind of look like Kira that are stuffed animals in like the house in like a box or something.
Lottie would also give the name Bonbon to see if that also helps ring any bells with like a specific name. But if it doesn't, it doesn't.
So,
but yeah.
This option is a bit of a stretch, but there is an orphanage in Vallaki. In Krezik. Sorry, there is an orphanage in Krezik, which we could look at. You know, the child is currently taking up residence in your mind. So it wouldn't be out of the question to posit that maybe this child could have spent some time in Vallaki. Or not, in Krezik, in the orphanage.
So, with that information, does Allegra by chance remember a child with a similar stuffed animal by the name of Bonbon at all? Being that Allegra worked very closely with like the sick or injured, and obviously, you know, orphanages are kind of priests' bread and butter as far as like making sure that people are safe.
Yeah, and you were kind of the bodyguard for Ilya like for the Kreskov families, like you would go with
Yep.
them. And Anna Kreskov runs the orphanage in not in Velaki, in Kresik. Sorry, we keep saying Velaki because normally it's in Velaki. I moved it to
Yeah.
Kresik in my game. I'm putting something else in whatchamacallit, in that place,
Yeah.
in Velaki. So it would be a really high DC, but you could try a history check.
Alrighty.
Since I'm the one who led Allegra to this idea, could I consider that the help action?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so advantage.
Yes.
You got this, I believe in you.
Just roll a crit.
It's an 18.
Nothing with like concrete. Like you don't remember a kid like running around calling something bonbon. Stuffed rabbits are typically just like, the thing you give to a little girl when they're younger. Same thing with like, you would see a couple of lambs and then like a discolored cat with patches and a dog. Stuffed animals. So those are very popular in the orphanage. And sometimes Anna will like help make some, because they have a bunch of sheep, so they shear a lot of things and they'll make them with like actual cotton and wool.
Yeah.
But you remember a bunch of like young kids, but none of them that really stood out to you, I would say.
Could by chance ask my friend Anna. She makes things like this. When we get to Kresik, which I have business in this in at home anyway. So I would like to head that way, if possible.
Yeah, we have to go through Velaki first, but we can go. I think we have to go through Velaki, then onwards to. We can go onwards to Kresik after that. I don't know the area that well, but I'm just going off of what I think. What I think is the sort of game plan here.
I believe yes, that is the idea.
Yeah, that's sort of the dilemmas I've been having. My book is possibly in some very difficult hands, and then I've got to look for something else.
Well, I if it is in the what is her it's countess, right? The Strahd
It is
title
very
was.
so. It is very interchangeable. It is either the count or the countess. It's just depending on who is kind of masking at the point.
Yeah.
To the general public, it is the count. But to anyone else, to like, most minor civilians and things, they only know it as the Count Strahd. Because you guys were invited, and Escher kind of gave up some information and stuff, and Esmeralda gave you some information, so you guys know that it could also be the Countess. She's a vampire. They've lived for 700 years. Gender is out the window.
If the Count has your book, I already had plans on returning to the castle anyway. I would not ask others to do so, but I had planned on returning. One, because I was going there anyway to get an audience with the Count, and two, I would really like my Warhammer back.
I mean, if you're going, we're all probably going. So
that is entirely up to the group, I would assume.
yeah.
One day, but one day I will inevitably have to make my way back to the castle anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, this is this is like morning and I'm just kind of dumping a bunch of stuff.
No, you're okay. I've been up for a few hours. This is not as bad as what I had to deal with last night. So I've come to the conclusion that I have to kill my father if we're going out on a limb and telling people things.
And
Oh.
I'll probably have to kill my mom.
Wonderful. I'll help.
Yeah.
I am worried that if it comes down to it, that will banish me from my home. But then again, not much of a home anymore without, the rest of my family. But I do wish to try and get my sister out of that fucking place. Because if my father has lost what power he had, he will cling to what little he has left. I believe. And that could be dangerous as an environment for my sister.
Mhm.
So that was oh, and I also have to go there potentially to get my wings back. I may have an idea as to how to get them,
So
but
we've
that
got
would require having a conversation with the old codger.
So we've all got places to go and things to get at some point somewhere. I think that's all I had. Should probably figure out where Ari is at some point before we go.
I did encounter Ore last night in the woods, so that would be a good place to start. But that is up to you folks. If you would like to go and look for Ore now, I am going to begin packing our things. If we or at least mine, because I know I kind of left. I dropped everything and ran into the woods to meditate last night. So.
Yeah, I don't think the woods here are a great place to be hanging out. We should probably go find her.
I like to think that you guys are all discussing where RA is, and I imagined this conversation took a bit of like a build up to get to,
Mm-hmm.
and then RA's just on the other side of camp shopping.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
Oh my
exactly what I
God.
thought.
You guys are like, "Where's RA?" And if you turn around, you would hear Damia and RA just having a conversation.
All right, holding
on-
up two different socks, comparing the lengths.
Yeah. But yeah, precious little RA gave me a shopping list. But
I
you,
didn't finish my shopping list. I didn't look at
Yes.
mundane items, but I can look at that later.
yes. Like I said, anything because of everything that you are planning to get, she will throw any mundane items that don't cost cost a couple of copper or silver pieces, barely a gold. It's thrown into a box, very shoddily, and you are allowed to take that with you. But you wake up very bright and early. It is up to you if you decided to sleep in your bird form or not.
Probably not. It is not the
probably not.
safest.
Yeah, especially with all these predators about.
Mm-hmm.
Chop.
Shop. Sneak away around the edges of camp to avoid human beings and similar.
Yeah.
To go pick up a few things, because I think we were offered free winter gear, so that'd be the
Yes.
first stop.
Yeah, the other, I can't remember what I'd have to look at the VOD again. I should be writing down these names. But the other Vistana woman who Lottie first talked to on your first night, or when you first arrived, for magic items, did offer to make you guys winter clothes for you guys. So you pick that up, and then conveniently right next door to it is Damia's little magical shop, or the menagerie of bits and baubles that she likes to call it. And she's just setting up, like, she has opened the cart up to, like, organize everything, and, like, since you guys are in town, or in the village, she's just, like, making some of the things really shiny and very enticing for people to buy. 'Cause you
Mhm.
gave it with a large group, so who knows what else would buy from her.
Yeah. So Ari is the kind of shopper who looks around at everything to see what might be useful, compares different items, weighs them in their hands, and then sets them back down and wanders around a little bit more.
Yeah. You are there for, as they're having this conversation, you are there for about that time. Almost long enough for that time, and you could just visibly feel Damia just behind you vibrating, waiting for you to be like, I want this.
I think eventually, after the the pleasantries and basic questions about a couple things, the first like productive question out of Ari's mouth would be something along the lines of, "Do you have anything suitable for kitchen work? I'm not particularly skilled in this arena, and I know someone who is, so I'd like to get something for them."
Is this in addition to what you have on your list?
Oh yeah, Ari has like a nice little pile of things that they're like still sorting between like things that they actually might want to get, things that they're considering, and things that they don't want to get anymore. And this is just while they're sorting through everything too.
She thinks for a little bit. I am looking at really silly things right now.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And she will be like, okay, I'll be right real quick. Just 1 second. I'll be right back. Just hold on.
Of course.
And you see her fly back into her shop. You hear a clatter of things that are being, like, tossed around. And she gets her own, like, little, like, box of things. And she will, like, in front of, like, a little table or something that's in front of her shop, she will put them down. She puts a small cookbook down. She puts a like kitchen knife that is made of a very deep, um, like I want to say, it's not made of obsidian, but it looks very similar to that shine and color to it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little tiny toy robot, and then a wok that she puts in front of you.
Ari appraises the items, raises an eyebrow at the toy robot, and then picks up the knife.
She claps her hands a little bit. She's like, okay. It's just a very fancy, like, you know, chef's utensil. But I think it's also a very good weapon, just in case you also want to cook things and then stab a person next door. So, generic kitchen knife. Beautiful, integrate. And you see, like, this little tiny ruby at the bottom. If, say, anything you want to flambe anything or set something aflame, you click this, and then she'll click the button, and then the flame turns searing red hot. And she, like, swishes it in the air, and then you see, like, little sparks of flames come off. And she's like, if you stab someone, it would give them a really bad burn.
Interesting.
Or if you know you really want to cut through a piece of meat very quickly. There you go.
And how often can it do that?
Once per day. For 10 minutes. Otherwise, it will never break because it's magic.
Okay. I will consider this. While you were back there, I sorted through the rest of my items. These ones you can take back. Apologies for rummaging through everything so much. And Allegra hands or Allegra.
Whoa.
Oh
Character.
wow, didn't know Allegra was here.
Allegra just sliding in from halfway across camp. Here you go.
All right, hands back miscellaneous items, and then pushes forward a small stack of items that they indicate that they would like to pay for, setting the knife to the side as if they're unsure about it.
Yes. So let me, for the brevity of the group and for the audience, RA, beyond the miscellaneous mundane items that RA has picked up and put inside, and Dami has put in like a little box for safekeeping. You have the pocket of holding,
Mhm.
which I will. Okay. The pocket of holding is a 1.5-inch wide pocket that can be sewn into any article of clothing. It holds up to 80 pounds of whatever you could find. You could manage to fit through the very small opening, which Link's out of character made as an example. So
Mhm.
if I ever have to fight her on what can fit in there, we have
I
a real life
sewed
example.
pocket exactly 1.5 inches wide in opening, and I fit so many things in that bad boy. We got arrows, we got pens, pencils, ink bottles, swords. Well, most of swords. You can't fit the handle, but most of a sword can fit in there.
Yeah, it's like a
I
nice little
mean,
sheath for you.
depending on the size of the sword, like a gladius might fit because a gladius is like a short sword.
I have a gladius. It doesn't
Okay,
fit.
yeah, okay.
I tried. The blade of my rapier fits though.
Okay, yeah.
Arrows also fit. The average quarterstaff could fit, and many more. Rope,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
could fit.
Yeah,
A
and
mace would
Everywhere.
probably fit.
Um,
but
yeah.
we have that on the bench. We also have the pocket campsite. To activate, point the small pouch away from you and press the rune on the back. Out of the pouch will appear one large tent, two smaller tents, and a campfire with wooden seats all around it. The campsite also has the spell Tiny Hut cast upon it. So it's a free Liamid's Tiny Hut for you guys as a safe camping site. And then what were the other two? It was yes,
Potion
because
of create potion and stamina potion plus.
yes. Let's do the stamina. The stamina potion is now with locally sourced ingredients. Another potion that kind of looks like an energy drink. Where does Maisie keep getting these? This potion will allow you to take 1d4 bonus actions in that round, but prevents you from completing a long rest the following night. So a potential bonus action kicker. And then my favorite, the potion of create potion. It's never ending. Whenever you drink one, another potion of create potion appears nearby. They're not that thirst questing, but hey, it's a start.
Wait, so the only thing it does is create another potion that then when you drink it creates another potion. That when you that wait, wait a minute. So that's so perfectly stupid. The camping one is genuinely handy. That portable campsite is genuinely super resourceful. A potion that all it does is create another potion that when you drink it duplicates itself again.
I do have some questions about the potion of create potion though.
Yes, Davia will nod her head as you. If you do it in character or out of character, I will try to answer my questions.
Let's do it in character, why not?
Yes.
So yeah, alright, shoves the other items forward and then is like, I have a few questions about this item and an inquiry for something else as well.
Okay. How can I help you with this one?
So, on the label, it says that it creates another potion nearby.
Yes.
within a container?
So basically, when you drink this potion, right? I pop the cork, you down it. Another exact replica of the potion you just drank appears around like a 10-foot radius around you. It appears somewhere. It's a very fascinating catching game too. It's like you drink one, it's like, okay, where did the potion go? And then it appears, and it's just another one. It's really good if you ever run out of water. This kinda could be a supplement of some sorts.
That is.
So it creates a new bottle every time.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
Yes.
So it's a potion of infinite glass bottles, is what it is.
No, the title says Potion of Create Potion. It just makes another potion of Create Potions. But yes, you get it's infinite corks, infinite bottles, infinite liquid.
I see. Okay. It's sealed. I haven't touched it. What flavor is it?
That's random every time.
She thinks for a very long moment. I was like, I think it caters towards the user's taste. So whatever is your favorite drink, that's what it's going to be. If it's water, then you're kind of basic, but hey, it's water.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about being called basic, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Add it to the pile.
And then what else could I help you with? You said you had another inquiry, or you just...
Yes, I am looking to. I need a sewing kit and materials for embroidery.
That's easy. That's easy. Don't tell her that I totally... This is going to be for free because I totally did not steal them from my partner over there. Ignore that. Here you go.
And do you happen to have silver thread specifically?
Yes, I do. If anything, though, if you're planning on going to Valaki, try to hide it on your person, because they will try to confiscate it. It's silver. Anything silver, they confiscate. So just be worried.
Oh. Thank you.
If you have silver on your clothes and your fabric, that's fine. But, like, thread, and it's kind of magically arcane, so my silver thread might just be, actual silver that you could use as thread. It's magic. It's weird. Just don't let them have it. Otherwise, they're gonna melt it down and make it into a stupid silver weapon.
Okay, well, hopefully it should fit inside the pocket there. I'll need the sewing kit to sew that in as well. So I think that should be everything that I was looking for today. I've kind of looked through all of your other items. What is the total going to be? I have a limited budget, so I may need to pick and choose.
So she'll point. She's like, pocket of holding, 1 gold piece. The stamina potion is 10 because, those things go by fast. Create potion because it's fun and whimsy, and you create an infinite supply of everything, 5 gold pieces. And your pocket campsite is 50.
Ah,
If we're talking about coins, I can do anything else. We could talk about favors. You could tell me like a personal fond memory of yours that I will verbatim. I won't take them. It will be in my headspace, and I will definitely tell my patron because she loves these kind of stories.
okay.
Um,
I'm certainly not doing the favor, but
Okay.
a happy story to tell your patron. That's
just
what you
one
want?
happy story.
Does it have to be long?
I mean, as long as it's not like, my mother gave me a hug. That's it. Like, it's gonna have some kind of use to it. You don't have to give me, like, paragraphs of a story.
so it must have juice to it, hey?
Absolutely.
I have an idea. I have a story.
Okay, sell it on me.
Nearly a fortnight ago, I had an exceptional apple.
You see that she's staring at you and nodding her head and waiting for you to go on.
It was juicy.
Okay. You know, I will drop the pocket campsite for 25 gold. You got me that one.
Unfortunately, that is the entirety of my budget, and I was hoping to return with some of these other items. Okay. Let me see if I can think of something else. Ari stands there, deep in thought for several minutes, occasionally muttering things like, "That doesn't count," or
I have a question. Quickly.
Hold on. the other things that they kind of mutter are like, "Oh no, I nearly died that time. That doesn't count at all either." They seem to struggle very hard to think of a memory that could be considered happy enough to fit the bill.
Yeah.
You have a question?
I was gonna ask if during all of the muttering and the thinking, if Allegra by this point could have spotted RA.
You could, but I do have a story to tell.
That's okay.
I do have
to
one.
you.
You could listen in, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I would say you guys have clocked, because you guys were like, we should go find RA. You have all collectively clocked. Like, you walked around the side of camp to see if, like, he was sleeping in the woods or just hanging out in a tree. Like, one of you probably, like, Allegra, you probably, like, pulled yourself onto a branch, be like, nope, not in this tree. And then eventually someone points out that it's like, oh, there's shopping on the other side of camp. And you are walking towards, like, the end of, or, like, the beginning of the story as, like, RA is just pacing around.
Okay.
Yeah. So just as it starts to get notably awkward, Ari snaps and is like, I've got it. This one is definitely happy. And begins their tale. There was one afternoon, the summer I was 5. My brother had taken quite the spill and broken his arm, and he'd finally recovered enough to spend the day outdoors unattended, so I was granted a reprieve from lessons to keep him company, and we snuck into the kitchen first thing and bundled up as much fresh bread, fruit, and sweets as we thought we could get away with grabbing. Luckily, our eyes were far bigger than our stomachs, so it was more than enough to keep 2 voracious young boys fed and happy, but we carried it to my mother's garden. A secret little picnic just for the 2 of us. We spent the whole day playing together, inventing games, exploring, hiding from serpents in the hedges, reading stories to one another. I had never had so much fun in my whole life. I remember asking him if we could just play forever. But when evening came, my mother came to find us. We both thought for sure that she was going to call us inside, that our day of fun was over. Instead, she came and joined us in the dirt with a lantern and a few large jars, and we stayed up late into the night catching fireflies while our mother cheered us on. She was so pregnant at that point, or I'm sure she would have joined us. We collected a full jar of glowing bugs for each of us to set by our beds that night. Not that we had the chance to enjoy them. We were both so tired the next day. Bronwyn even caught a cold, but it was worth it to see Mother smile so freely like that. To have one last evening so full of joy without worrying that it would be the last time we saw her truly and radiantly happy like that. And R.A. trails off, caught up in the memory enough that they don't snap back to reality immediately or notice that they're being listened in on immediately once their story is finished. But eventually, Ari clears their throat and takes a moment. It's a shame summer nights like that can't last forever, I suppose. Will that suffice?
Yeah, you see Damia, like, dab a little bit at the corner of her eyes and goes, childhood memories are simply the best. Of course, here, let me pack this all up and anything else you would want to add to the thread and the silver and what have you.
Perhaps some earplugs for my eavesdropping companions.
Of course. Of course. Hey, are you planning on, buying anything? Otherwise, shoo. Goodbye. Actually, do any of you want things? I have more potions of create potions to sell.
Allegra will just kind of approach and go, any word on that sword?
Okay. Didn't get a memo back. Like I said, will probably be in like a week's time, and then I will message you on that little coin with Maisie's face on it, and then we will get back to that.
Fantastic. That's
75%.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Remember, 75% chance of bees. Gotcha.
Yes.
Bees.
It will be fucking wonderful. Yes, bees! A short sword to go with the dagger.
Want to match?
I was going to give it to you so you had two of them.
But there's no need for that.
There is
That is-
always need for more bees.
Especially in
That is true.
Barovia's climate, we do desperately need them.
We need more pollen for more flowers. That's exactly why we need them.
Wine is a very big thing in Barovia, and mead is just honeyed wine.
Exactly.
Listen,
So
you're
always need for more.
yes. I was like, listen, you are giving me like secrets and favors and fond memories and coin and what have you. I'm giving you guys an opportunity to make Barovia prettier with bees. And if you wield both of them, so right now your dagger, I don't know if she told you, your dagger has a 25% chance of bees. So imagine, dagger with 25% chance, short sword with 75% chance. At that point, it's a full-on
It's a
odds that you
100%.
have bees. Exactly. I think this is a beautiful
100%
idea.
bees.
Out of character, my favorite thing about this is that at no point has it said, 25% chance of creating bees. It's always phrased 25% chance of bees. There's just something about the way of that phrasing that makes it so fucking funny.
25% bees.
Allegra, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I believe I have mentioned how I feel about gifts and the receiving of them. Maybe just hold off?
That
A
won't
little?
make you deserve them less.
Exactly.
I have done nothing to deserve gifts
You.
from any of you.
I find it that people that believe they do not deserve things often are those who deserve them the most.
You may find it to be so on occasion. And I would not refute your experiences. But it is still something I am not entirely comfortable with. It feels too much like a debt.
A debt is something that is expected to be repaid. I am not asking anything of you, Are, other than bees. And she'll like genuinely smile, as like, because her candor is sometimes dry, but like She's like,
Sometime.
seriously though, I ask nothing of you. I just like giving people gifts. It is a way for me to make the world brighter.
Do what you will. It is clear I cannot dissuade you. I hope you all enjoyed the show, for I need to pack now. And Alright, like, rushes out of there with all their stuff.
Yeah, you just have a big box of your trinkets, and they just go cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching as you bolt. So yeah.
How much was that potion of create potion, by the way?
5 gold pieces.
Allegra will put down 5 gold.
Yes. Absolutely. We'll hand it over. And she's like, any other potions anyone would want, or are we done? I have 2 shots of
How much did
vodka.
I spend?
You spent. I have it written in our DMs. Look at it.
16?
Yes, 16 gold pieces.
Cool, that leaves me with a cool 9.
Yeah.
Love prime numbers. That's not a prime number. Fuck.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about the potion of create potion?
Of course, yes. How can I help you?
What happens if you only drink half of it?
I think Damia gives you a long look and starts to dissociate a little bit. And then goes, we don't want to figure out that answer. 2 shots of vodka. Fantasy.
Allegra
Perfection.
immediately chugs half of the potion.
Okay. Hold on, let me pull up a chart then.
Oh no, you're causing a wild magic surge, aren't you?
Yep.
This potion is so funny on paper, but thinking 1 second about how this potion works logistically is insane.
Roll 1d100.
Alright, I got this. 62.
Interesting. Do I like this one?
I would
You
like,
don't.
even if you don't choose that one, I would like to know what it was.
You shout for the next minute, whenever you talk. Oh, there's a Curse of Strahd wild magic table.
Ooh.
Someone made one. Let me see.
Ooh, curious.
Is it fucked up? Is it fucked up? Let me see. Ew. Yeah, it's fucked up. No, I don't like that.
Also, what does Allegra's potion of create potion taste like?
Allegra's potion of create potion tastes like a blueberry concoction her mother used to make when she was young.
Aww.
Yeah, no, we'll stick with that. It's like your voice has been casted with thaumaturgy. So for the next every time
So
you
it's like
say
ethereal.
yeah. Yeah, you sound very distant and very loud.
She's like, oh no, I sound like my father.
Yep, and that's for a 1 whole minute. Every time you say a word.
Oh no.
Okay,
Well,
now Cat's going to drink the other half of the potion.
Okay, roll a d100.
Okay. At the end of this, since both of us have consumed half of the potion, does it make another one?
Yes, another one does appear.
Okay. Wait, so we can just use this to proc wild magic surges whenever we want to?
Please don't do this in an already wild magic surge place. I can't guarantee your safety.
80.
Oh, this is cute. As you down the potion, Cat, around you, there are light blue, translucent, like, I would say, like, very spirit-esque, spirit-like butterflies floating around you. And then, yeah, it's illusory butterflies and flower petals flutter in the air within 10 feet of you for the next minute. So you're just casted in this, like, ethereal, like, spiritual blue glow of butterflies and flower petals.
Allegra's gonna hold up a hand for a high five and go, "Fuck yeah for the scientific method."
Fuck yeah! Okay, and looking at Barovia's climate and thinking about what can grow here.
Wait,
I
what does
think
cat's potion taste like?
that's what I was about to say.
That's important for my notes.
I think cats. We were just talking about mead. I think it is either it tastes like a mead that was made with juniper berries and black currants.
Oh fuck, that sounds so good.
Yep.
Damia, like, dabs her forehead with, like, a handkerchief that she had, and she's like, okay, the last time someone did that, lightning struck the camp and caught some Vardos on fire. Good thing we just got
So if
very
you-
loud Allegra, or she wouldn't know your name, very loud woman, and a
No,
very
she introduced
spooky-
herself.
Okay.
Allegra introduced herself.
Yes. Okay. A very loud Allegra, and it gave you, like, a very interesting, spooky etherealness to you. Adds more to your charm.
So wait, you knew this would happen the entire time?
I knew something
it would
bad would
start.
happen. I didn't account for loudness and butterflies. Like I said last time, lightning struck the camp. And a little
Thaumaturgy
kid-
Allegra scolding someone.
And a little kid drank the potion because it thought it was funny. Imagine the power of a young kid deciding where lightning can strike.
That is terrifying, yes.
Yes. This is why we added the an adult must be around a child at all times to purchase any items here.
That is very smart.
So is there anything else I can help you with? I have more potions. No more of these halvesies nonsense.
Do you have anything else that's interesting like this one is?
I have a buddy. I have health potion plus. The strongest.
Please tell me what the fuck
potion?
health potion plus.
Health potion plus. There is no added flavors or preservatives in there. It still tastes like a gross health potion. And maybe very similar to the stamina potion, but it's real. 100% has all the pizzazz of a potion, but you also gain more health through this potion, but it makes it a little difficult to sleep after it. You're a little buzzed with this vitality at this point. Out of character,
I do like...
you add your hit. You can roll half of your hit dice rounded up. To your potion. So a regular potion's 2d4 plus 4, and you can add half of your hit dice to the potion. But then you can't do a long rest.
Okay.
So you'll take a level of exhaustion for it, but it's pretty good. And she just goes off. She's like, I have Buddy, I have the strongest potion, I have 2 shots of vodka, I have fantasy, perpetual motion potion.
What is the 2 shot? What you keep saying 2 shots of vodka?
It's literally just that. I mean, well,
How
it's
much
kind
for
of
the vodka?
like 5 gold pieces.
All right, fuck it. She'll put down 5 gold.
Okay. There is a label that absolutely says a copious amount of vodka. I'm pretty sure it's 2 shots. And there's a bunch of question marks around the label.
Oh no.
This prevents you from being frightened and gives you advantage on performance checks rolls, but you have disadvantage on perception for the next couple
So
of
it's
hours.
liquid courage.
Yes.
Yes.
So you can fight everything, but you can't see what you're fighting. You just got a bad time.
Love that. Okay, yeah, Allegra's going to leave the tent with her liquid courage.
Jesus.
Little magic girl, do you want anything else? Do you want a potion? All your friends get one.
Wait, me?
You're the
That
magic girl.
Me, that's a list of nicknames. Magic Girl.
Little magic girl.
I'm okay. I think I'm gonna go check on RA. You guys do whatever that is.
That's
over there?
actually, as a matter of fact, where Allegra was going, was to go check on RA and apologize.
You see, a cat, you will witness that Davia snaps her finger. I'm just like, damn, I was really trying to sell her the Buster Sword that Allegra had stopped me from doing it. Yeah, we will, yeah, so Lottie and Allegra are gonna go after RA. Lynx, why don't you tell me where RA is and how sneaky you're trying to be?
Ari's just packing up. Normal hustle and bustle, just packing things into their backpack. Found a small corner near
Okay.
some trees, away from people, trying to fit in all the new things that they bought, and packing up the pocket. No folding.
Yeah.
You guys probably find Ari sliding arrows one by one into a pocket
RA,
with a bunch of other stuff around them.
I wanted to come and apologize for eavesdropping. I did not mean to. I was, for one, coming to come check on the sword because I had legitimately forgotten how long they told me to wait, and two, see if you were ready to leave.
There's no need for apologies. I was not minding my surroundings. The fault lies with me.
I definitely could have walked away when I heard you talking about childhood stories, but in my defense, yeah, no, I have nothing. I the story you told was beautiful. However, I have a few of my own with my sister, so that I could tell if you ever want to hear them. But whenever you're ready to leave, let me know, and I will tell the others.
I should be ready within the next. And Arya looks down at the rest of the stuff and all the arrows that they still have to put in this pocket.
Do you want help?
Yeah, I was going to say, would you like some assistance with the things that aren't going into the pocket? I can help you with. We can
I
help with.
suppose it would be most beneficial for everyone if this were expedited, yes.
You point what you need done, and we will do it.
I'm having the most difficulty fitting all this winter gear into my backpack. It needs to be folded properly, and I generally don't fold things.
I can work on that. Yes.
Yeah, you guys can tell, like, all the stuff is crumpled.
Yeah, Allegra's
Yeah.
going to work on meticulously folding all of this stuff. Allegra, on the other hand, is like a obsessive about like how things are folded and tucked and making sure everything fits in places.
Yeah, but Arya does not speak except to offer the occasional instruction about where things need to go, unless prompted otherwise. But not on their own. They're not going to say anything.
I think Lottie at some point will go. So how are you holding up?
Perfectly fine, thank you.
I mean, seeing as we're like the only two people that weren't from here.
It is unusual, to be sure.
Definitely interesting, I think.
If you two think that this has been interesting, just wait until you see my homeland, my hometown. It's a bit of a doozy.
Is it? I mean, most places have some kind of like eccentricity happening. I guess depends on the kind of the brand, like the type of things going on over there, I guess.
A lot
have-
of. Mhm.
Apologies.
No,
Continue.
you go right ahead.
I was merely going to remark that in all of my travels, I have never encountered a place that does not have troubles, no
Yeah.
matter what they claim.
Yeah, I am of the of the opinion to agree. My hometown, a lot of it is just because we were banned from having weapons and armor. Most of our things are piecemeal or piecemeal is the phrase, I believe. So if you see someone wearing patched up leather, it's probably secretly part of a set of armor, or like I was carrying when we were in the castle, a big fucking mallet that I used as a warhammer.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? When needs must.
Exactly.
Do you miss being on material? Maybe? Alright.
Being here is no different than traveling in any other place that I've been, except for the few small differences. I mean, functionally, I suppose it is no different.
I mean, I think there's a few pretty distinct differences.
That is
Between.
why I rephrased.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I think it's interesting. It's a little I don't know, mildly concerning.
Odious,
A little bit.
portentous.
I would hope the outside is better than this shithole.
It is. There's so many places that, like, I know I don't remember a lot, but what I do remember, there are so many pretty places down there that I traveled to, that I've seen. I have
There
like
are.
I have like some sketches in my book of like various towns, like clearings and stuff. It's really nice.
There
I
is
It is not
There is-
all nice.
there is very seldom beauty in Barovia, which is why you two were a pleasant surprise when when it changed.
I mean, I don't know. I think even in like a place like this, there's got to be something and it's can't all be terrible, terrible, terrible all the time.
Well, it is. It's not all terrible. I mean, when I was a child, I didn't see the. Well, I saw the terrors, but I didn't. I guess I thought they were normal. Then there's Irina and Ismark. They were a bright spot in my life when I was young. Ismark now not so bright, as gloomy as he is now.
Do you
But
think
He was
Mhm.
more bright when he was younger then?
a little.
Hard to imagine.
Uh, that was also back when he did not have to worry about, helping his father run the entirety of the village or politics with the count or things of that nature? He was slightly more. He was. I will tell you, he was always easy to agitate. I grew up with the man, and when I was younger, I was a lot less stoic than I am now, and I tended to talk like his sister does, just constantly. If you let Irina go, she will continue to just go. And he was always easy to frustrate, but he also, it was not hard to get him to smile back then.
Now, you said he has concerns and things that he's working with his father. Does he have concerns with succession then? Is that what is happening?
I would not. I am not sure if he or if Irina will be taking Kolyan's place. However, I know that should my father die, I would then become the abbot. So I would assume one of them will take over the position of their father when he passes.
I see. That is complicated.
Then again, I'm not sure if Barovia is a elected official rather than one of succession. I have not been in politics in a very long time.
I
I'd
have
say-
say
Sorry,
Mhm.
this is me interrupting.
Go for it.
I would say you
Yeah.
would know in Velaki and Barovia it is secession.
Okay, then yeah, retconning that. Sugar.
Yeah.
I know that that one of that it is succession, but he and his sister are twins, so
Mm.
I do not know which will take the position. It is not a designated matriarchal or patriarchal position. It is just family.
Oh, I have seen some succession disputes resolved by a number of means. Advantageous marriages, power,
I
will.
I don't believe that if he did or did not want the position, that his sister would argue the point. If he didn't want the position, she would take it. If he did, she would not. I don't think the two of them would be grabbing for the position with power hungry claws. But um, some would. But those two are not.
They do
Those
not
two
seem
are-
like the type.
Yes, exactly. It it dawns to me that I have not spent time with the man in a very long time, outside of saving the village. But I can go bug him for you if you'd like.
My concerns are not pressing.
This is true, so you say, but anytime to go bug a childhood friend, I will take.
Bug him if you will. It is at your discretion.
She
I will have no
she,
part of it.
she chuckles and goes, "Well, I mean, I may not have them anymore, but I used to be a pretty good wing woman."
Oh, I see. Yes. That was a pun.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm bad at them, so
I think you're pretty good at them.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, unfortunately, a pun is misplaced. There's nothing that needs winging here.
You sure?
Sure. Absolutely. I'm still going to go bug him.
We should
You're
all probably group up at some point anyway. Once
yes,
we're
that's
done.
I will fetch the twins.
You have essentially helped me pack everything I need to, so
Yes.
I think, unless anyone else is holding us up, we should be ready to go.
Yeah. Sure.
Allegra will give like a soft bow and go by your leave, and then head to go and find the twins.
We're not.
Can Lottie grab RA like just before like they go to join the group?
Ara's still probably packing up the last few things, and
Yeah.
Allegra just left, so
Yeah.
can linger. That's much easier.
Yeah. So I had a question. If you're willing to humor it.
I will humor the act of listening to it, though I may or may not answer.
Do you think if when we get out of here that we're gonna stay a group, or do you think we'll go off on our own separate ways?
I have traveled with many companions in my time. They have rarely stayed longer than their season. It is unlikely.
I still think, I don't know, traveling alone is, like, it is just you, but it does kind of get lonely after a while. And I just
I've not found it to be so.
I mean, I guess I'm not really alone. Kind of, but I don't know. I just think it'd be neat that, hell, maybe, I don't know if the others are interested in leaving for reasons they've kind of grew up here. I don't even know if they can. I kind of don't know how this whole thing works, but, I don't know. I just
don't
think it'd be,
Anyone knows how this works. We shall have to discover that.
yeah, I think that'd be something interesting. I don't know. I know we just met and not, but I think I'd like it if we at least hung out a little bit before going our separate ways. But I suppose that's for the future to see, right?
A fair assessment.
I will leave you to finish up packing. But I'm gonna
Before
go.
you go,
Yes,
a question for a question,
sure, shoot.
but I will not appreciate any following up on this question.
Mm-hmm.
Just a simple yes or no, and then you can continue about your day.
Sure.
Ari, fully hesitates for, several seconds, hemming
What
and
is-
hawing and looking nervous.
Lottie
Uh-huh.
just tilts her head a little. Lottie tilts her head a little bit and just blinks.
As you are not from here,
Mhm.
have you ever heard the surname Volante?
God damn, do I remember the surname Volante?
Throwing you a curveball.
History check. Yeah, it's
13?
no, absolutely not. I was gonna say it's a high history check because of how fuzzy your memory is.
Yeah.
You can't.
If I did,
I would say you cannot denounce that you don't know it because your book could know it, and that's what
Mhm.
it kind of makes you frustrated at this knowledge because you know who you are as a person in the core, and you write down everything so you don't forget things, and this is like your curse that you have forgotten things,
yeah.
and you're repeating your legacy again.
Yeah, I think she scrunches up her face a little bit. Not quite a frown, but trying to think.
You do not need to strain yourself.
If I
I'm
did,
Curious.
it would be in my book, which has all my memories in it. 'Cause I, as a person, write down a lot of things. If I were to know anything, it would be in there.
Thank you.
I won't follow up on that. But I'll be around if you ever
There's
need me.
no need. You can forget about this entire interaction.
Thank you.
Is that a pun? It's not. I thought it was funny, but I'll go. And I think she scampers off. It's like, forget to the amnesiac? Amazing.
In which case, Allegra, you come across Ismark and Irina being being pulled aside with Madame Ava, who has left her tent. And you overhear Madame Ava as she places a small pouch in Ismark's open hand. And she goes, okay. Her namesake birthday, just in a couple of days. So when you I love my granddaughter with all my heart, and my old bones can't travel to the other Vistani camp. So if you could do an old lady a favor, I need you to go to Blinksky's toy shop and buy whatever suits a young 12-year-old's mind. And then head over to the Masonic camp and hand her over her gift for me. And you can say it's from Madame Ava, whatever coin that you don't use, keep it. Keep it for yourself, keep it for your travels. Just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And like she grabs Irina's hands and you see she places like two like grandmotherly kisses on her each cheek as like she is thanking her. And then Ismark, who looks a little like, no, you don't need to hug me, you don't need to touch me, you don't need to touch me, but he can't really refuse Madame Ava's like very strong grandmotherly hug as she's thanking him. And he just
Yeah,
goes,
because it's Matt.
yeah, and he just goes, yeah, we'll add that to the docket, don't worry. And she's like, it's just in a couple of days, a week from now, it'll be her birthday. If you hurry on the road, you'll get there in less than a week. So come on, go. Just for me. Think of all the questions I answered for you. And then Ismark's like, yeah, I know. You don't have to rub it in. We got this. And Harry's just like, I'll make sure he does it. We'll get her the best gift. And we'll throw in extra. We'll make sure she's 12. And she's like, yes, my darling granddaughter's gonna be 12 years old. And if you want to like spark up some joy or anything, she is learning how to be a prophet just like me. So, and she's like, I will ask her for a card reading. Yes, okay, of course. Anything for you, Madame Eva. Thank you.
And we can hurry along and hopefully I will be able to get her presents quickly.
Madame Eva perks up and goes, thank you, my little angel. You all run off if you need any food, camping equipment, anything. Ask any of the Vistani, say it's from Madame Eva. I gotta take a nap. And then Ismark under his breath, like, did you just wake up? And like, Asiris has all the time. I always need to sleep. Goodbye. And she very, very slowly patters her way back into her tent. But you see, Ismark kind of pockets the pouch of coin, and then shakes his head and looks over towards you, Allegra, and goes, are we ready to leave then?
We should be, yes. I was going to grab a set of gear for a set of clothing for me, aside from my jacket, aside from the scale mail and my dress, because I left everything in the castle. But other than that, we should be good to go.
Ismark gives you a look of like the look says, we know. As like you were talking about getting your gear, and Irina just nods her head and be like, okay, we'll go meet up with the others then.
Ismark, accompany me, if you wouldn't mind.
Give me an insight check real quick.
Okay.
Oh, I have to roll for him. Shit. Oh, I forgot he's a PC. Sorry, Ismark, I forgot for a second. You exist.
I can't believe you forgot about.
I forgot
Ismark.
he has an actual sheet and he can roll things. He doesn't have.
You said
generic-
insight?
Yes, insight.
Oh, fuck. Poor. I rolled poorly.
Hold on. Wait, what exactly are you trying to insight right this second?
That's a good question.
You are vibe checking Ismark because Irina and Ismark give each other a look when you try to separate them.
Okay.
Irina can come too. I don't want to. This is not a secret thing. I haven't spent time with either of you in years. I've missed you.
Ismark gives a very deadpan as like, he like grabs hold of his sister's hand and brings her closer, and he goes, "We're gonna be traveling on the road for 5 days. I think
Yes,
we'll have
and
plenty of time to catch up."
Allegra just kind of gives him a look and is just like, "All right, be that way. I understand." Everyone else is gathering. I will see you all soon.
I will say passively, even though your perceptions not the lowest, but down
Below.
there, below, um, when you walk away, you do see Irina give Ismark a stink eye, and then you see like a hand punching his arm a couple of times, and he just holds his hand up. Like Irina's a little mad that they just kind of brushed you off that way. But that is something to deal.
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular that you wanted to get, or is it just like Allegra's just picking something up and then meeting the party?
Allegra's literally just trying to get a set of clothing that is not, that if possible. So I sent you a while back a kind of a hero forge of Allegra's mom.
Yes.
She's trying to get a outfit that looks like that, but in her own color scheme. So the like silvers and the blues.
Yeah, it takes you it takes a little bit of time just to get everything to match your measurements. Like fixing the length of the pants or tightening the outfit just a little bit for you to make it comfortable. And they are also to anyone who wants it or needs it gets like a free winter gear or like winter garb, or the outfit that you get from them is like if you want to wear this outfit confident like all the time, then they made it well insulated to fight against like the cold climates.
Hell yeah.
For you.
And I will grab that Fugi for the others to see.
Yeah. But I will say that any color, the Vasani do love vibrant colors, so those swatches of color are very easy for them to get. And they'll get things that match and are very similar to the vibe. Not 100% correct, like totally what your mom kind of wore, but it's inspired by it.
Yeah, that's essentially what she's that's essentially what she's trying to do, is get something inspired by her mother's equipment.
But yeah, eventually, you all cajole together in like the outskirts of the small encampment, a little bit going back onto the road, and Ismark kind of leading in charge of everything. Yeah, just kind of asks everyone, "Okay, you have everything? Everyone finally done?" Jumping around and what have you.
I should be, yes.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. So the plan is, if I'm correct, Irina and I still need to go to Vallaki to ask Vargas for help with the village. You all could still come with us. Apparently we're mixed in this stupid prophecy that gets all of us killed in the future.
Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, right, because, she never explains these things. The last group that went to Madame Ava's and got this fortune, didn't survive and died. Like
Always
that.
good to know.
That's just it. They tried to fight. He'll look towards Cat, Beth, and Allegra. He's like, you know the siege against Castle Ravenloft a couple of years ago, right?
Yes, the fools that tried to assault the count.
Yeah, that
I
was
thought it was hilarious.
yeah, exactly. That was the hubris of the crazy witch who was with the party that tried to save Barovia from everything, and then ended up getting killed in a ravine, and then killing off everyone from my village, particularly, and my village, Dad's village, our village, whatever. And didn't do
Could
much.
be your village.
He gives a look like, no, don't want it. But he's like, yeah. So we're on a fool's errand, potentially, if we're not careful. And Irina just sighs and goes, okay, he's being very blunt about it, but if you do want to do the thing that Madame Ava suggests, we have to be very careful about doing all this. Because if the Count gets eye on, what we're doing and everything, it could spell very poorly for us. Maybe.
Perhaps we should take this one step at a time and just focus on our immediate goals rather than some far-flung doom.
I agree with Are on this particular instance.
Okay. Right. So we have to go to Balaki.
I have
You-
already offered to accompany you on
Right.
this, so I do not know what the others intend to do.
I mean,
I'll come with.
we're going.
Of course, I am
Yeah.
following.
So, and then Ismark will pull out like a map that he has. I can't remember if I gave you guys the map. I'm sure I gave.
map.
You have map. Okay. You have purse. You have map.
Luckily,
We have
I have
purse.
map.
Luckily, you has map. And so Ismark will pull his own copy of it, and like against the betterment of the wind, or like Irina will hold it out and he'll point to the locations. He's like, so if we timed things out, we should get to Balaki in about 5 days. Granted, we walk most of the day. If we really push ourselves, we can cut it to about 3 days. If maybe. And then he kind of gestures to the other three who are residents of Barovia, and then look towards Lottie and Are. They know how dangerous the roads are. Typically, travel is usually on caravan or horseback, but we're walking. So we want to stay away from the woods. We don't want to stray from the path. If we see a group of stragglers who are bleeding out, we are not helping them. Don't.
Do we know how? Sorry.
I think he just gives a pointed look at Lottie, and he's like, we are not helping them.
Your mouth closes.
Do we know how active the wolves have been lately?
They get to Valaki, they'll be bad. And then when we get about a day's travel, they're gonna be less sparse, since Valaki's got the whole wolf jamboree that is happening around here.
Yes.
So,
Wolf Jamboree.
yes. So wolves are not a problem in Balaki. We get there, they're gonna make you put a thing of garlic around your neck, and then they're gonna want to check your teeth. It's to make sure you're not a vampire and you're not a werewolf. Blah 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 blah.
How archaic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
mean, that shouldn't be too much of a problem, not if you guys are concerning in any way.
Yeah,
I think Lottie just writing right now.
Yeah. The only concerning thing is the vibrancy of this party. But Will, and he gestures to him and Irina, will be able to easily get into Velaki, and if the guards remember you, pointing to Allegra, then we should just have clear access. No
They
questions.
should. I was here right before I left for the castle. I had to pass through to head that.
Yeah. So, you gotta sign the paperwork bullshit saying, I understand the loss of Velaki. Here are my weapons. This is my name. The reason why I'm in town.
What counts as a weapon?
Perhaps I should coach you as we travel
You-
to help you understand how to deal with customs when traveling between places, and also some common traps left by nefarious botter to convince unwary travelers to leave the road. Let's maybe talk while we walk. How about that?
Yeah, Ismark will nod and, not leave. We'll start walking down the road, off of the Vistani camp, back to, I believe it's still the old Savlich road? I don't remember. Here's my map.
Ara is going to give a very detailed and in-depth sort of dressing down of various unfortunate things that they have encountered on the road and near the road in other places, and that you should not, in fact, stray from the road because you see a tree with golden apples on it. And that is
Yes.
how people get consumed by carnivorous plants.
Uh,
And stuff like that.
Could I ask Ismark specifically, like, so you gave this very specific example if there's someone bleeding on the side of the road to not help them. Could you explain that?
It's a very common trap. People tend to want to aid others like them when they see them in peril.
Yeah, Ismark will be like, it's typical for bandits, rogues, anyone who,
Wolves.
yeah.
It's not even a Vater trick. It can be as common as a mother who's down on her luck trying to feed her children.
See someone who's easy to fool. Next thing you know, you got a knife in your back and all your belongings.
Lottie's just writing all this down as she's walking.
Yeah. And Arena, trying to be a little bit of a better mood for this, does like a skip up to you, Lottie, and goes, not everything is bad, and besides, there's plenty of us, so I think we'll be okay.
Yeah,
Travel
I'm
in
not-
teams. If you need
I'm
to get
not
off the
too-
road, just ask for someone's hand to hold.
Yeah, I'm not too entirely worried. I just want to get the information about it so that I can best, I don't know, assess the situation, is all.
When in doubt, ask someone who has more experience.
Arina will hold a
companions.
Yeah. Arina will hold a finger up and she's like, and if you see something, ask someone else if they also see it, because most of the time the mist does like to play tricks on you guys.
That is a fair point.
To Ari's point of asking someone who knows, is that not what I'm currently doing? Asking someone else who knows more about this place than I know about it?
And it's an excellent start, but you should also try to do that when you are in the situation. It's very different to be able to keep your wits about you in a situation like that.
Okay, sure. Forget what I was saying. Lottie gets back in her book, trying to remember what the fuck she was writing before this conversation was happening.
Yeah.
I think we were on the carnivorous plants one. Dismembered, actually.
Is that common?
Not especially, but it does happen.
I would say here in Barovia, you're more likely to find carnivorous animals. The problem.
Okay. So, buttons. Because yeah, you guys are walking, and you're walking for 5 whole fucking days. So, I am going to use how Celeste does random encounters. Because technically, right? Technically, you walk 8 hours a day. You walk 8 hours a day, you'll get there in about 5 days. I did the calculation for mileage and what have you, and speed. You guys walk in. RA is a little bit faster, kind of. RA and Beth are a little bit faster, so it does speed you guys up a bit. Because I just did the math of like the happy average of y'all's speeds. But usually with random encounters, it's a random encounter for each hour. I am not making you guys roll 40 random encounters.
Aw.
Aw.
No.
You don't want to
You-
do 40 random encounters?
I think I might cry. So, what you will potentially have at minimum or at max 5 random encounters. So what Celeste does, it's someone rolls a d12. And from 1 to 10, nothing happens for that first hour, and then you roll it again for the next 7 hours that are there. The moment you hit an 11 or a 12, that's a random encounter. And then that will end. You'll just have 1 random encounter per the day, plus whatever I have on the road as description. Because there's a couple of things that you're going to pass on the road, but I will have to narrate.
It's 5 days, and there's 5 of us, I think. So we can
Yeah.
each roll a d12.
I will say Celeste is currently in the bathroom right now, because Kidney Stone says fuck you. So she will probably roll last, or we will defer her roll to someone else if she's not here. Granted, who knows?
I can go first.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
5.
Okay. Nothing happens the first hour. Who wants to go with hour 2 of travel?
Sure. Sure. It's fine. It'll be so good. I can pull this shit up. It's an
And
8.
nothing happens on your second hour of travel. And I imagine we'll at the end of each day there will be like small narrative plot beats of like what the characters are talking about if you want to talk on the first day of road trip. And luckily someone bought a pocket campsite, so you guys are gonna be safe in your sleeping.
I will offer everyone free use of it.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
there's 2 medium-sized tents and then 1 large tent.
And it's safe.
And it's safe, yeah. As long as you, like, basically it creates a radius, and as long as RA doesn't step out of the radius, the tent will always be up. And the moment you leave, the tent and campsite will just fold back into its, like, little pocket dimension, and then goes back to that raid 4.
Ah, so Ara can't fuck off under the woods. Unfortunate.
Yes, you cannot. Whoever activates the pocket campsite, that is who it's tied to for the purpose of the spell. Because like with Leomin's tiny hut, the moment you leave the spell ends.
Okay. I will take a note of that.
I will say that if RA shares that information, Allegra, kind of having seen RA fuck off a couple of times, will volunteer to activate it.
I don't think Ara would necessarily share the information, but instead of fucking off into the woods the first couple of nights, you might notice that Ara restlessly sits just on the ground, fidgeting both nights.
Yeah, that would be one of those instances then where Allegra just kind of goes, "You good? Are you okay?"
But we're not there yet. I would say at hour 7, you'll probably get to that.
Yeah.
Who wants to roll for number 3?
I could do 3.
Oh, great. Okay. All right.
Hour number 3. 3 for 3. Oh my god, you guys are skipping all of them. Look at that. Imagine if this was 40. Yes, you can. I would say by hour 4, before anyone rolls, you guys flavor text. Not this one. Not this one. Too early. As you guys are like further going down like the crossroads and like leaving the Vistani camp, there is occasionally like what is what am I looking for? I just short circuit for a hot second. Holy damn. Ooh. But basically as you guys are leaving, you there is an instance where Irene and Ismark point out an illusion that is occurring, and that's one of the things that they tell you to stay away from. And I would say the Barovians have seen this illusion. There is just off to the road that turns a little bit down to the south towards an old path in the woods. There is, you just see a horse just kind of scampering, like not scampering, like trotting off to like this old hunting path that has been worn down by just like general hunters in the area. And then there is a skeletal rider with like a great sword at his side and a large crossbow just on his back, and then they just start heading down towards the pathway. And Ismark mentions that this is these are very common in Barovia, where some people, like spirits who still linger in Barovia, will continue on doing like traits when they were alive. So this is just one of the few like hunters that have died on the road, and because their soul was restless, they continue to haunt the roads to in hopes of just like hunting. And he recommends that you do not approach them, because if you do and you anger the soul, then there's a chance that you will have to fight a ghost fist to fist. Sorry, I'm answering a question.
Okay.
But eventually you guys you leave the crossroads behind you and resume your westward journey. You follow a road as it bends around and ascends a cliffside, trudging up to a steep, rocky incline. There is fog that is thick here, obscuring the top of the cliff overhead, and the road itself narrows and becomes treacherous, with loose stones and deep ruts that make it difficult to maintain your footing. Soon enough, the road eventually levels out, continuing past a ruined 3-story watchtower that's perched atop the edge of a cliff. The tower is just old stone walls that are covered in moss and ivy. Its rotten wood doors are hanging off its hinges, and nearby are 2 fresh graves that sit against the road. And it's just a cozy little watchtower as you guys start slowing down a little bit in your travel. Do you think Beth would want to talk to RA first before Allegra?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
I think at some point During the walk, Beth would come up to Allegra, tap them on the shoulder. Could I speak to you a minute?
You mean RA? Right?
Alright, yep.
Well, we have plenty of time, so I'll grant you longer than a minute.
Lovely. And she'll, I guess, pull back sort of towards the back of the group, make sure everybody else is not out of earshot of a yell, but out of earshot of conversation.
Yeah, noticing this, Ari's gonna get all squinty and be like, was the matter you wish to discuss of some import?
A bit. I noticed you had a strong reaction to meeting Madame Ava.
Ari has a strong reaction just then as well. They visibly stiffen and keep looking straight ahead and walking at a regular pace, a measured pace even.
I assume you recognize the name.
The name Madame Ava, yes, that was the
No,
woman
the name
we
Volante.
talked with. Yes, it is familiar to me. Why?
I have information that might be of use to you.
Information.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding what?
The name. People who know of the name might share the name.
People who know it.
That's correct.
What kind of people? What manner of people know it?
Covens, druids, possibly witches.
Do you know any of these individuals? Personally?
Not personally, but I was told reputable information.
Reputable as in a first-hand or second-hand source?
That's correct.
So you know someone who knows one of those witches and are on good terms with them, good enough that they would share this information with you.
She's on good terms with me, and I think that's what matters.
I suppose that is what matters.
Would you like to know, or
Yes. Assuming the
Lovely,
information comes freely.
a favor down the line?
I refuse.
Alright. Maybe something lesser. Would you just tell me why you're scared of the name?
Would you accept whatever answer I give, no matter how vague?
I mean, if you pique my curiosity, I'll find out more as needed, but I have a feeling we'll find out more where we're going. Or where we will go.
I am chased by the name Volante, in one way or another. That is all I wish to say on the matter, more than I wish to say on the matter even. Will that suffice?
Well, for now, I suppose that it'll be helpful for you to know there is a winery here in Barovia, and there is a witch or a druid who has a coven who bears that name near that winery.
Unfortunately, someone beat you too, sharing that information with me. Although, I suppose it was less specific.
Either way, I gained something out of it. I know what you're afraid of.
There are many things to be afraid of in this world, Beth.
Not really. Not if you know what you're doing.
That is a sweet but naive take.
Don't mistake me for someone who is naive.
I suppose and Ari's face like gets more serious. Like they were clearly quite guarded before, but it lowers slightly. I have meant to offer you an apology.
Whatever for.
Back at the town of Barovia, I underestimated your capabilities. That was my mistake.
And you continue to do so. I think that means I'm doing a good job.
To my eyes, you are just a young woman. Dressed in
Good.
finery and inexperienced in this world. But your demeanor indicates otherwise.
Perhaps sometimes.
At times. Overall, you do a very good job keeping up this facade.
It's not always a facade.
They barely are.
When we get to Vallaki, I need some time shopping. Would you be willing to come with?
Only if you do not further pry into matters I do not wish to discuss.
Of course not. I can show you around. It's a good place.
I have heard otherwise.
Perhaps. Depends on how
Ismark
you...
does not speak highly of it.
That's rich. I feel like his village is a little bit worse off.
It may appear that way. There's no way to truly know. Not from such limited information as we currently have, though. Although I suppose you have more, as being someone who lives here.
Speak to the children of the village. They'll really tell you what's going on. I feel like they don't have any filters and they can be used for information.
That is a wise observation. Children are often, if not reliable, interesting sources of information.
Interesting is the way to put it. There's always a little bit of lies that happen, but they are very interesting, and you'll learn a lot from them. So, shopping, yes?
I suppose.
Great. And he watches. She goes from her serious face back into a cheerful smile, skips off, gives you a little wave.
Beth, before you go,
Of course.
would you humor an idle question?
Sure.
Are you any good with sewing?
Of course. What would you
Thank
like me to do?
Ari kind of like looks back at the group to make sure that no one's looking. No one's looking, right?
You're good.
I'm literally handing a book.
I don't know.
Okay, great. No one's looking. All right, so Ari pulls something out of their pocket of holding and hands it to you, Beth.
Uh-huh.
It is a gray square of cloth with just a disaster of silver thread knotted onto it.
Did you do this?
Unfortunately, yes.
What were you trying to do?
I was attempting to embroider it, but unfortunately I did not receive the same instruction that my sister did.
What would you like it to say?
Well, I was hoping it would not say anything so much as depict flowers. That's simple enough, right?
I think Beth would go on to ask far too many details of the flowers.
Eventually, Ari would relent and just say, okay, the evening glories, they're a lot like morning glories, but more purple and kind of more serrated.
As you're describing it, you see her hands working quickly, quicker than I think would be normal.
I
And
was
so,
hoping to do some of it myself, but it seems I lack the skill.
It's sorry, I could undo it if you'd like. It's a skill I picked up from Mother.
It is impressive. I've never been quite as, one might say, capable of something, and you can tell from the state of the clothes they normally wear. They are not, like, there have been attempts, well-meaning attempts, to mend them in many places. There's patches and other things that have been well attached through copious amounts of thread. It is not skillfully done.
I'll teach you. Next time we sit down for camp, I'll teach you a little bit.
I would appreciate it. I can compensate you for your time by perhaps teaching you something in return.
Perhaps. Not yet, though. I don't need anything just at the moment. Just time, I think, would be suffice.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Just time will be suffice. Time spent with you. Learning who you are will be suffice for me.
I'm afraid you may not learn much. I am reserved by nature, unfortunately.
Probably.
What's that in the chat? What's that in the chat, DM?
If you spend, like, if you are dedicated, because, Beth says, with time,
Mhm.
if you spend, like, the evening, because
Mhm.
Beth can stay up for a very long time compared to you. So
Mhm.
if you just learn how to sew each night, I will allow proficiencies in weaver's tools.
Hell yeah.
And then
Okay,
whatever
alright, I'll
you
take it.
yeah, and then whatever you want to train her, like if it's like a tool proficiency, that's fine.
What tools do I have? I
Or you
have
want to teach her, you want to start teaching her a language, whatever you want to do.
I have thieves' tools.
Oh, you want to
I
teach?
can
That
teach
would
her to
be
pick locks.
so funny to teach Beth. Absolutely.
Yeah, I will say if you guys do that for the next 5 nights, absolutely, I'll give that to you for free.
Awesome. That's so
The-
funny.
The grey cloth square you get back after Beth does a little bit of work with the flowers. You can tell she possibly did some sort of magic with it. Her eyes doing a little bit of black something, but something about it just looks almost like it's popping out of the cloth, but every time you look, it's not doing that, but it shifts in the wind a little bit. It's a little odd.
Can I suss this the fuck out? Want to roll
I
magic
mean-
or something?
Probably like Arcana.
Yeah, I'd say Arcana.
19.
You get the sense it's just latent magic in Beth. It's not enchanted to do anything, it's just
Fucky face shit.
not. No. It is. It is not face shit. It's just high quality craftsmanship that has a little bit of magic in it.
Okay. So fucky face shit.
It's not Fey shit.
Not very.
Doesn't give Fey vibes.
Okay. Sure. I would show that they bought a bunch of extra cloth as well, so that you can help her practice. And
Yeah,
Ari
absolutely.
has spare locks that you can practice on. So
Oh, goody.
Thank you for teaching me embroidery. I'm gonna teach you how to steal.
yeah.
That'll be
Bedlam.
useful. She doesn't have lockpicking yet.
There you go.
So yeah, I would say confidently that they spend every evening doing that. And for the most part, Ari tries not to work on that specific project around camp.
Yeah.
But works on many other things because, good God, did their clothes need mending?
Yes. And especially since you're stuck in camp,
Mm-hmm.
based off of the campsite, you have a lot of free time in the evenings.
Mm-hmm.
I think Allegra would steal Beth away for like an hour one night, probably the first night, because the thing that Allegra needs to talk to Beth about probably can't be done on the road.
Okay. Let me.
Okay.
Here. Let's see what-
Ooh, I will roll a d12.
Yeah, see if shenanigans happen.
That's a what?
All right, I'm gonna roll
No
one.
shenanigans.
Oh, I feel bad if I roll it.
I mean, you
roll it
can.
again. Yep. This is 5. So I need 3 more.
I can go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I haven't done it yet either.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I forgot. I was typing something.
Go,
No, you're
go,
good.
go.
Oh, fuck!
Yay!
Yeah.
Hour
Random
6.
encounter, baby.
Oh, I do at some point want to grab Cat at some point.
Yeah, after this random encounter.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone. Well, I guess it should be Lynx.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a D100.
Yay! 24.
Hey.
The meaning of life.
Yeah, what does it mean? Who are we? What are we? Who can we become? Okay. This is your wild random encounter. Towards the end of the first night of travel, before you guys hit I would say like the bridge that crosses over River Iblis, or the Stair Falls, crossing the bridge and then heading towards Castle Ravenloft and the Locky itself. You guys hear in the distance, which I'm so sorry, whining, like whimpering, happening, off to, not off to the left, I would say a little bit ahead of you, off to the side. So it's not on the road, but it's like adjacent to the road. And there is a wolf lying across your path, whimpering as it holds up a paw, through which you see a large wooden spine is sticking. It opens large puppy dog eyes in your direction as if to ask for aid. Yes, you guys have a ghost puppy. This is a
Right.
wolf that is
Great.
pretending to be, or not pretending, but is acting like it's, I would say pretending as in,
horribly
like,
injured.
yeah. Pretending in that way of, like, you know, when little dogs get hurt and they lift their paws, or when a cat lifts their paw and then tries to act, or is going like, help me. This is the larger scale of it.
I
How-
think if anyone is paying enough attention,
Yeah.
Allegra is visibly terrified.
I draw my bow.
Okay.
How bad? Everyone else, silence me. How badly injured is this?
You can roll a medicine check with disadvantage from this distance, or a nature check. If anyone wants to roll perception, they may.
Nature or
12.
medicine?
Yes.
DM, would I roll? Would
Holy
Allegra
shit.
roll perception at disadvantage?
You can,
because
yes.
of her.
Because of fear, yeah. Roll perception.
That's a 9.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Okay.
rolled perception. I was just looking for it.
Okay.
Okay.
For the healing. It looks like it's definitely hindering, like putting a lot of pressure on its front foot, but you can tell that it's like, it's not deep enough that it's gonna be like detrimental for it. If the wolf flops over and works on trying to fix it with like true determination and what have you, it could probably do it itself. To Cat, and it probably doesn't help. It probably helps because Percival is bristling up on your shoulder. Looking off in the distance, you see about 30 feet in like the wood lines, the tree lines. about 10 other wolves just waiting in the tree line watching you all. And then what Beth can see, beautiful, beautiful, sweet Beth, you see behind the 10 wolves that are in the tree line, you see something larger that are behind the wolves with glowing red eyes, just watching you guys. And you can you can tell from physique, it is definitely something larger than a dire wolf.
I definitely imagine like Percy is doing that thing where like the cat is arching their back into like a complete U shape, and his hair is standing on end, and he's hissing.
Yeah. Ara is already like vigilant just because of past experiences, so she would do her best to like usher everyone past carefully, but with the bow out, like putting herself between the group and the wolf, or at least Lottie and the wolf, who is
Yeah.
a silly goose.
Lottie is like between like writing and probably between writing is like looking very contemplative at the wolf, back at everyone else. But it's kind of going off of everybody else's reaction, I think.
There's a little bit more than just a wolf out there. There's a handful of larger wolves, and the bigger than that is a larger beast.
As soon as that is said, Allegra's silver sword is out and ready.
Wait. Hold on.
Nope, I'm not charging in. I am waiting with this ready. Nope.
This is just one day of travel, right? Among many?
Yeah.
Okay. Cat is going to cast Calm Emotions on every wolf in a 20-foot radius that she can catch and make them indifferent to us. Just completely indifferent to the party. Okay.
Sorry,
You
okay.
communicate this to the rest of the party?
I was waiting for a confirmation from DM. The way that I'm doing it is you know, I'm gonna do it like this because this is what we do for our own dog. This is what we do for Brioche. Kat is going to hold both of her hands up with kind of a twinkle of magic. And just go calm, gentle, and get the rest of the party heading down the road.
Hurry while they're confused.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. What's a wisdom save on a wolf? It's charisma,
so
right?
here's the thing: it's charisma saves, which wolves are not good at.
Let me see. Yes, they have a negative 2.
What's the big stress roll? The
It
1d6
is
plus 6.
1d6 plus 6. Yeah.
I thought it was +4.
No, it is plus 4.
Monstrous? I thought it was it's.
I
They
think
lied.
it's a d6 plus 4.
Stress.
Or
I
is
should
it
know.
plus 6?
I will wait for confirmation.
Okay. Awaiting confirmation.
Gotta pull up the stress mechanics.
No, it's plus
It's plus
4.
4.
A d6 plus 4.
I was right. I
Alrighty.
took inspiration for that.
Subtract 2, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you get 7 stress points.
Yep.
You see that all of the wolves. Do you think you would have accidentally targeted the big wolf that's behind the smaller ones?
If she was able to catch it in a 20-foot radius, she would aim for it too. She wants to get as many creatures in the radius of the spell as she can.
Okay.
Because the spell is just, hey, you don't care about us, and that's not necessarily bad. Like, I don't mind, because there's no consequence to a creature failing. It's just, if you fail, you're indifferent to us, so there's no reason for Kat not to try to catch as many creatures as she can.
Your save is a what again?
It is a charisma save, DC 15.
So you see, all of the smaller wolves, just like generic wolves, except the one who is obviously feigning. I'm injured. Help me. Help me. Because it's either you get this wolf right next to you, or you get the ones in the tree line, which I assume the tree line is your goal.
Yeah.
The more the better. Most of the wolves look at this injured wolf who is faking it, see you guys, and then turn tail and go back into the woods with your perception check. The only one who doesn't budge is, and you'll see that a very large, like, if you think a dire wolf is like a size, like, isn't it a size large? I think.
A dire wolf is a large creature.
This is kind of borderlining on very close to it.
Yee.
And it ducks under like part of the branches and the tree lines, and it red eyes scan all of you guys, and then it lets out like a bark, and the small wolf who was injured leaps up and then runs into the woods, and you see the big large wolf just turns around and goes back into the woods with them.
Whew. Kat will lower her hands and just say, what's a handy spell.
It is, yes. I think I need to find a place to sit.
While I'm concentrating on calm emotions, DM, can I transfer it? Because it's a total of a minute's concentration. If I have any time left over on it, can I transfer it to Allegra to try to alleviate some of her stress?
Yeah, because Allegra is having a panic attack.
For this instance, yeah.
I believe the rules in the stress mechanic is calm emotions is a D4.
Yeah, so you want to roll 1d4, and then you subtract that from your stress.
All right. 3.
Now you're at 4.
I would like try to help support Allegra or whatever she needs in the moment.
Yeah, Allegra is just like keeping a watchful eye on the woods, and like Ra could probably tell, like, she calms down when the spell is cast on her, but there's very clearly something, like, she's not okay when it comes to wolves.
Okay. Then Ari would stand between Allegra and the forest on the path with their bow drawn.
Thank you.
Does anyone want, like, at this point, because this is your you only encounter for the first day, so you would have just an hour left of travel before you make camp. You guys want to stretch it for an extra hour just in case and walk slower, or you just want to keep moving as quick as possible to find a nice shelter?
I think Allegra is moving at a very brisk pace. She wants the fuck away from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, she's not running, but close to it.
Yeah, let's put some distance between us and where we saw the wolves, much like how I feel about spiders.
Yes. So the question is, is anyone keeping an eye out? So you're not being
Oh, I'm
failed.
absolutely keeping eyes out.
Okay.
Yeah, Allegra is almost paranoidly so.
You won't have disadvantage, Belle. I will say that this fights the disadvantage because you're being much more alert about it.
Yeah.
So you can do your perception roll regularly. If you guys want to help each other, you can.
I will have Percy fly above us and give us kind of an aerial view.
He can make his perception check at advantage.
Okay, perfect. And then Kat will make her own individually as well.
Yeah.
Can I use my familiar to help me with mine?
Yes, you may.
But regardless, I still have my bow out and at the ready for the rest of the walk.
Yeah, Allegra's got her silver sword out as well the whole time.
I'm just chilling.
Okay, Percy's not super helpful.
He does his best.
He does his best. And God, that's a 12 for me. What the fuck are my rolls today?
Well, at least one of us got a good number.
You think?
Right?
I do think. Am I wrong in thinking that?
I would argue 19's a pretty good number for level 4, Abby.
Maybe. I'm trying to see if anyone would want to use inspiration or not. I'm milking it, okay?
I don't have any.
one for remembering the correct amount of stress to add to the stress total for big
Yes,
stress.
you can have one, okay?
Okay, then I'll roll another.
Okay.
23.
Holy shit.
Okay. Yeah. See, you needed it.
Yay. I'm so glad I remember things.
Yeah. Because towards at some point when you guys get off the road and start making camp. Oh, I forgot. I should have had Ismark roll and Irina. My
Oh, yeah.
siblings. Maybe okay, hold on. We're gonna see if the inspiration was needed, okay?
Mhm.
Or not. Irina, open up your sheet, please. I love you.
I mean, either way, I'm quite pleased with the 23.
Irina got a 13.
That doesn't beat a 23.
I know, let's see if your boyfriend gets better.
Come on, Ismark, I believe in you. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, he
Holy
does. So you
Yeah.
don't need to use your inspiration. Take your inspiration back.
Oh, he's so sweet to me.
Um,
Damn near
but
credited.
yes, at some point, as you guys are pulling off to the road, Ismark takes lead and starts pulling you guys. Like, you guys find like a nice patch, and I would assume like RA, like everyone in this party is used to just finding campsites out in the woods and hunkering down for the night.
Mhm.
I was about to say no one here is not good, but I was like, no, you guys are all travelers who hear stories, and it's like,
Yeah.
especially with the five Barovians, five Barovians in the party, they are very well adept of like finding areas, and like I assume RA would have found the best area because of being a ranger. Yeah. And you make sure like you're keeping track of not getting lost, like you're going into a little bit into the woods
Mhm.
and are making sure you know how to get back to the main road. But Ismark at some point like turns the party around, and like you guys walk a little bit in a couple of circles and then go off into a different clearing and make camp there. And he goes, that big one was still following us.
Wonderful.
You see what it looks like?
Allegra, how would you like to be the tether for the camp this evening? That way it won't go down as long as you're within it.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, let's go over here and set that up while they talk about that.
Thank you. I do need to get away. And she will walk over with RA. It is very clear that, like, just the sight of wolves, like, it's like the normal vibrancy that she has in her very glowy silver eyes is very dim and, like, deadpan. Because, like, she doesn't have irises or pupils.
Yeah.
So it's just like the way you can tell she's emoting with her eyes is A, her eyelids, and B, how glowy her eyes are, because her eyes glow with her emotions.
Yeah.
And her eyes are dim.
Okay, yeah. So they set up camp, and
Yeah.
Ari makes sure everything is nice and secure. Sets up strings and bells all around the exterior just for extra security.
Maisie would have left, like, she wouldn't have told you this because, or not Maisie, Damia wouldn't have told you this because of the way of, like, her patron Maisie and how she sells things, but there is a convenient, like, spell card, per se, that explains what spell is enchanted to, like, explains what Liam's tiny hut is. For the characters' perspectives. And there's like a cute little doodle of Maisie giving you finger guns and winking at you, going like, "Don't worry, when you have the pocket campsite out, you are always safe, as long as you stay inside of it."
Yeah, Ari's gonna set up the strings and bells outside of the camp so that they're alerted if anything even comes close to approaching.
Yeah, and then to the rest of the party, when Allegra is instructed to hit the rune on the back of the pocket campsite, and like I imagine like it's a thing, you hit a button, you hit the rune, and then you throw it, and then outside of it pops one large tent, two smaller, like medium-sized tents, and then a campfire that does bellow out smoke, but then everyone can see a very thin, like, to the arcane focus, so to Kat and Lottie, you can see a very thin veil of arcane magic that surrounds the area of the campsite, that keeps the smoke from going all the way to the sky.
Can
So,
I
you know,
copy
it
down-
doesn't leave like a trace of where you guys are.
Yeah. Can I copy down the rune that like activated it?
Yeah, you can copy on the rune. But and then I would say for you two, because it's both on it, I think it's on the witch spell list. If not, totally should make it on the witch spell list. Well, Private Sanctum is this, or the Nature's Hidden Shelter is basically, it's a druidic form of it. So I will say, both Kat and Lottie, you would know, like, oh, this is Tiny Hut. Like, as long as whoever activated the rune is in this area, nothing can come in and nothing can, like, you guys can go out, but nothing can come in that is not designated as an ally.
True. Can I grab Kat while everyone's getting set up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lottie's like, and I no longer have to knock on door. It's just standing in your peripheral until you, acknowledge she's there. I think staring very intently in your direction.
Lottie.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing? After that was really cool, the thing you did, by the way. I thought it
Thank
was
you.
very neat.
It's part of the practice of my coven. I am not, as I'm sure you've witnessed, I am not afraid or unwilling to fight when a fight is necessary, but if I can avoid one, or if I can find a way to circumvent one, I will do so.
Sorry, I was answering a message. Yeah, I think it was really cool. And it helped get us out of that situation. I had a question that's kind of not related to all of that.
Mhm.
And it might seem weird, and it's not me asking questions about the count or the land. But like, do you think, given the chance to be out of here, would you take it?
You know, that is a very complex question.
Yeah,
Because on one hand, I am aware that this realm is dreadful and dangerous and assaults the mind as much as it does the body. But on the other hand, this land is all I've known.
yeah,
And
of course.
I have a significant attachment to it. Before I would leave Barovia, I would see the efforts to make it better. And if that
Right.
fails, I would say goodbye.
I was just thinking about it because I was talking with RA and Allegra about it before we left. I don't know. I know this place is like ooh, like I'm sure it is a little bit doom and gloom, but like I feel like in most places there's at least something worth being around for, something that like there's gotta be there's pretty places everywhere, even if it's kind of in a, I don't know, I don't want to call it drab, but like
Oh, no, I agree. Barovia has some gorgeous locales. You know, there's a hint of monochromaticism too much of Barovia. It's very bleak and desaturated. But I think there are some sights in Barovia that are gorgeous in spite of that.
I know, and I think I'd like to see them. And there's a lot of places I think I'd like to go back when I go back to Material Plane that I like to go back to, but I think I'd like to, I don't know. I think sightsee is a really weird word to say when considering the situation that we're in, but like it's a new place and I like learning about new things, and like I don't think I'm that great at drawing, but I like making little drawings of places that I'm at that like draw inspiration and stuff. And I think, I don't know, I just think it's neat. And I was just thinking about so now you guys live here, and I'm obviously not expecting you. If there's part of my brain that wonders if you even could leave, truth be told. Not that I know much about this place, but it seems like it'd be a bit of a hard ask. But I think it'd be interesting if some version of the future I don't know, I'd like to show you guys are, the people who live here, you, Allegra, Beth, who know this place like the back of your hands. I just think it'd be neat to like return the favor almost. I don't know. This seems kind of silly, but I think it'd be neat.
I know what you mean. And Kat will look around and look at the detached souls and silhouettes that permeate her vision that none of her party members can see. So to Lottie, Kat just kind of looks around for a little bit and then says, I must admit, though I was not a fan of it at first, I do have a role to play in Barovia. I am a shepherd in a sense. And I think the day the echoes of the lost no longer need me is the day I would venture elsewhere.
Yeah. I know responsibilities are important. I feel like I at some point had one for something, but kind of lost on me at the moment. Maybe I'll get it back at some point.
I'm certain you will.
I try not to worry too much about the whole memory thing. But it's kind of, it is just a part of you that's missing.
But it's still around. You just can't access it yet. But they're not
Okay,
lost forever.
I know. Hey, so when you were looking at me and you said there was there was me, there was the little girl, and then there was the third person?
There's a silhouette of a woman, a couple of yards behind the two of you.
Is she still there?
Is she still there?
Yeah.
She is.
Just a silhouette, no details or anything?
No, no details. That's sort of the trick with my gift. Only with souls that I'm close to, I'm able to make out details of. I need a level of familiarity. I need an identity, a name, something to anchor the image of the soul. Otherwise, it's like a cloudy gray shape. It's the impression of a person.
I think Lottie is listening, but would turn around. So if she could see the spirit, she would be facing its direction. But it's just kind of staring off to Lottie into space. But probably to Cat, I guess, in the spirit's direction. I can't help but wonder, and she said she's talking as she's turned around. But she's still talking. I mean, I know the little girl, obviously. That one's not a mystery to me. But I don't know. I mean, given I obviously have no idea what the third one would have been, but I don't know. A wistful part of me? I don't know. Maybe.
Well,
Maybe
no, because if it was a fragment of you, I would have made out its shape.
But I'm thinking, I don't know if it's someone I used to know or just something that's
Possibly.
following me.
Your past is a mystery. It might have been a person who was important to you in your old life. It may be a spirit that is linked to the child. It might be a spirit that just developed a fascination with you when you entered Barovia. I mean, Barovia works on a weird cycle. Souls die and then they reincarnate. and
Right.
Barovia recycles the same series of souls over and over again. But
Yeah.
some of those souls, due to hexes, due to unfinished business, due to a strength of will beyond death to not pass on, will linger. And they're still aware of the world, even if we aren't aware of them, and they sometimes develop fascinations with certain people and will follow them around. I mean, and she gestures as if you can see someone standing next to her and say, "That's how I found Erasmus. Erasmus simply began following me and was a presence that chased me before I died and helped anchor me to life." There's a lot of possibilities for who she could be, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's both kind of, I guess, a fun mystery, but also I don't know if it's one that I myself can particularly solve.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think it'd be interesting to figure out who she is, but I'm not particularly gifted, I think, in talking to the spirits.
No, most people tend not to be. That is in a lot of ways an acquired skill. You don't meet many mediums.
I think Percival's hungry.
I think I think it's an interesting skill. But well, I did really just want to ask you about that, but also I just liked talking to you and figured I'd come in and bother you. Maybe
course.
and maybe for
I
one.
have a mutual appreciation for your company.
Well, thank you. I like meeting new people and learning new things and stuff, and I think it's neat. But I will leave you to whatever it is you're up to. I'm probably gonna be over there in the corner writing until I go to sleep. Sleep, quote unquote. But you have a good night. I'll see you.
You as well, Lottie.
God, a lot of kicking her fucking feet later. Like, goddamn.
Yay.
God love. Yeah, that's it. That's it for most DM. Oh, my stupid headphones keep falling off.
Okay. Oh, well, it's alright. Okay. Okay. So we'll have to get ready soonish. So she will pop out when you do have to start getting ready. But I will try to wrap up the 2 scenes I have in mind. And then we will end with the night. We will do the wolf hunt, or the scoping out the area first.
Mhm.
But I imagine, for once, Beth, your passive perception will not be a hindrance to you, as like the party is kind of like you saw Kat, and it's more of like being aware of like who is around and taking count of everyone. And you see Ismark is just on the edge of like the dome for the tiny hut spell. Allegra is somewhere either in a tent. I don't know if Allegra would be in a tent or just kind of sitting by the fire.
Allegra is watching the edge of the woods intently.
'Kay.
She is like she's kind of calmed down.
Yes.
She's not, but she is still sword out watching the woods.
Yes.
Fuck that. And if people are near her, they can kind of hear her mutter, "Not again. Not again.
Yes.
Won't happen again."
and you watch as Kat and Lottie are off on the side having this conversation, and Irina moves to go talk to Allegra, which will be the next scene. And you're like, where did Ra go? And then you see Ra starts walking towards the woods, and I will say that you catch on, and you're like, we're not doing this bullshit again, and pitter patter after her.
100%.
Yeah. Split the
Yeah.
party in the woods?
Oh no.
What happened? Can't send one person, but two people.
Oh man,
Maybe.
alright, just waltzing into the woods. That's something they never do.
Into the woods, it's time to go.
Well, now we can waltz into the woods.
Yeah.
Ah,
And Ari, I would say with your passive perception, you will hear Beth coming up behind you and then start slowing down to match like your very slow and cautious pace.
mm-hmm. So are we doing this first?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
'Kay.
A slight ways into the woods, far enough away from everyone else. Ra would stop and wait for Beth to catch up.
Hi.
I am out here with a purpose. Do you need something?
You're out here alone. That's not safe.
I am fully capable of finding my own way back, expeditiously if needed.
I just want to make sure you're okay, so I'll come with.
Well, at least you're light on your feet. I came out here to see what I can forage from the area, so that we can all have something nice to eat, because it seems like some people desperately need it.
I can help with that. Probably.
I can hopefully point you in the right direction of some edible plants to pick. That would be helpful. I read through the entire book on plants that I was able to obtain from the Kolyanovich estate, so hopefully that knowledge should come in handy.
Why do you always sound so formal?
Would you like me to address you less formally?
That's not what I said.
I suppose because it is polite?
Maybe. You watch your words carefully, and that's a good skill to have.
It was one I learned very young.
Interesting. Mother was like that. Always watch what you say, because you don't know who's listening.
It's unfortunate to be so thoroughly observed when one is a child.
Not necessarily. I was never a child with her.
I understand.
Do you?
No, when one is burdened with responsibilities beyond their years, it does tend to age you quickly.
I think Beth would just giggle at that.
Did I say something funny?
Not intentionally.
No, well, stop here. We can pick these.
Sounds good.
And,
Beth will go about picking plants.
yeah, great. While Beth is picking,
Yes.
I assume, like, fiddleheads or huckleberries or something.
Yes.
I is gonna do reconnaissance.
Okay. You don't need to roll survival, for getting the materials that you need for foraging, because that is just
I'm a
you and
ranger.
your ranger kit. So you
Uh-huh.
are fine. We're gonna ignore that. And you safely make sure that Beth doesn't grab anything poisonous
Mm-hmm.
in the pile. But yes, you can make a. As for reconnaissance, are you just keeping an eye out of the area?
No. My idea
Yes.
was to sneak for a moment,
'Kay.
like a few steps away,
'Kay.
and go bird mode and fly around a bit.
Okay.
Get a good
Um,
eye on things for the surrounding area, and
okay,
then circle right back to where Beth is.
cool. I will say Beth makes a stealth check at advantage. You would make a stealth check regularly, I would say,
Mm,
and then you would make your perception check with advantage.
Okay.
You don't have to use
Is that
your
'cause I'm so fast?
yes, and basically bird's eye angle. I will
Mhm.
allow that.
Okay, great. Cool. Let's start off with perception, because that sounds nice.
Yes.
22.
Okay. And then give me your stealth check. That's important.
Uh, fingers crossed, 16?
Okay,
Hmm.
this is really fun.
Fun for you or fun for me?
It's fun for the both of us. The both of us.
Oh, great.
When you go bird, and start fluttering around the area that is a little bit around the campsite and a little bit around Beth to ensure that like nothing's going wrong. And you
Mhm.
can confidently assume that Beth is well hidden and the campsite is well hidden from anything else. And you go a little bit further, about like I'm gonna say 60 feet, maybe 100 feet away, like down a
Yeah.
path nearby. You um see you only see the very large wolf.
Mhm.
That is, like I said, it's on the verge of huge in that territory. So its back and its head are like not touching some of the smaller lower branches, but if there were like smaller trees, it's hitting like the bottom rungs of them, but not like, the tall wispy trees that everyone thinks of. They're
Mhm.
not that huge. Um and it is sniffing around as if like tracking you guys, and doesn't seem to be getting anywhere near you guys. And as it goes to turn around, you see it lifts its head and starts sniffing in the air. And eventually it turns its head towards you and makes direct eye contact with you.
Great.
But you
Love
are
that.
a bird in
Mhm.
the air.
It's totally normal. Just a bird in the woods. That's
Just a
normal.
bird a hummingbird in Barovian climate.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Ari's gonna like find a flower to suck on for a second and then fly up into the sky away
Um,
to try and make it lose line of sight at least. Just like
you,
acting normal,
yes.
acting like a bird, and then fucking off.
Give me a deception check.
Oh, great.
Um,
22.
so did I give you druid stats for your bird form?
We did not.
So did I state in your bird form you are using like the druid wild shape forms?
I I think it was based on that initially.
Okay.
We did agree that I use my own mental stats while
Okay.
in hummingbird
Then
form.
yes. Okay. That's what I had to make sure, because otherwise we were
That's the difference
yes.
between wild shape and polymorph. In polymorph, you do not
Yeah.
retain your mental statistics.
No,
In
I
wild
can
shape,
still
you do.
think.
Okay.
You can still think.
Just making sure. Okay. Or not. Okay. You seem to have wonderfully deceived this large wolf. And it turns around, uh, like gives off this like very loud, like chuff that's like of annoyance, and then you very visibly watch as the large, beast touches its nose against a tree goes inside the tree, and then as you're going higher into the air, you watch it. It's like 100 feet away in a different direction as it's sniffing the area.
Oh, okay. So it walked through the
Like,
trees.
yeah, it walked into a tree and then
Yeah.
came out another tree 100 feet away.
Yeah. Would I know what that is because of my Fae experience?
You can roll an Arcana check.
Okay.
I will allow you to have advantage on it for reasons.
Okay, great. 7. I'm gonna burn an inspiration on
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Where'd Arcana go? There it is. 14?
Let me see what level. There are very, very powerful spells that allow you to teleport via trees. And it's very old, archaic magic. So you are now encountering a giant wolf with spells.
Okay. That's useful information. I will ensure that line of sight is completely lost and circle back to where Beth is.
I will say safely because of Beth's stealth check. It is not going to come anywhere near you guys. Like, Beth is completely, by standing still, has completely evaded you guys, and I will say Tiny Hut is like the same standards. You guys have, like, you're not moving and you're not creating sound outside of the barrier of the spell. So it can't, like, track you via smell or hearing. But it managed to hear you as you are moving. Or not,
Okay.
I wouldn't say it didn't hear you, it smelled you.
Okay, so yeah, Ara's gonna touch down near some other plants that are relatively close to Beth, detransform, pick some plants, and then walk back over to where Beth is.
Okay.
Would would Beth would Beth have noticed Ari disappearing?
Yeah, I would say so.
But Ara has come back with an armful of plants.
You found a lot.
Yeah, there should be plenty for everyone. And looks like you managed to collect quite a few yourself. Let's head back.
Of course, you can put the walls down when we're alone.
I didn't hear the end of that.
You can put your walls down when we're alone.
I'll take that under consideration.
Okay. Big bright smile.
No, you did a good job avoiding the poisonous ones, too. Only got one.
I know what's poison and what's not. There was a practice I had to do with Mother in order to identify what things could be drinking and what could not.
Well, then I wonder what you intend to use that for.
I've been taking up brewing again, and I would like to make something tonight.
Okay. Just take it easy.
Of course.
Was that casual enough?
Yes, good job.
Great. So glad I can practice with someone.
Was that sarcasm?
Yes.
You're doing great.
Wonderful.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, I guess they head back to camp.
Mhm.
And Ra has got something to discuss with Ismark. Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you think it would be a brief conversation?
Would, real quick, DM,
Yes.
would I have been able to find, like, enough plants to cover the gold cost of acid?
Sure. I will say yeah. In
With
like
Ara's
the
guidance.
5-10 minutes that Arya was gone, I'd say so.
Hell yeah.
Then yeah, I'll be Oh, throughout the night, just brewing just one dose of acid.
Yeah, before your sewing date with the RA.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll buy
Good.
better materials in town, but for now, this'll do.
Yes,
Yay.
that is perfectly okay.
Okay, yeah. So under the pretense of showing Ismark all the ingredients we got, Ra would take him aside.
Mhm. You see that he is very high alert and is carefully watching anything in the woods.
Mm-hmm. Ra starts handing some plants to him and says, "Take a look at those and try not to react to what I'm about to say." Okay.
You know, I should be reacting now because of how you worded that, but I'm okay. I'm not reacting. Thank you for the food.
Mm-hmm. It's just Allegra is noticeably and visibly disconcerted by the presence of wolves, and while I was out there, I took a look around. And the largest one that Miss Katerina noticed, it was present. It was actively tracking us. Intelligently, it seemed. And there was one more thing. This is the important part. It used an extremely powerful and archaic spell. And I saw it use it. It is not something that someone else could have cast upon it.
Uh, you see that he was listening to you, and then he lets out, like, not, I rolled history. I didn't mean to roll history. It's rolled nature. Nature. Okay, you rolled better. So, nature. Um, and, like, you see that he is, like, going through each of the, herbs and, like, minor berries that you found. And is thinking about, this, and then you start saying these things, and he does his best to not overreact.
Mm-hmm.
But you could see, like, the muscle straining, and his hands kind of crush a couple of the berries in his hand, crush in his grip, and he goes, "Shit!" Drops some of them, and he's like, "Okay, we're going to stay off the main road then in the morning. Keep traveling through here. Um, you
All right, well,
somehow fucking
been
know the
down.
woods. I know the woods like the back of my hand. If you take 1 point, I take 1 point. We should be fine.
Yeah.
Probably a werewolf."
Ara bends down, picks up the berries that were dropped,
Yeah.
and says, "I don't know if traveling through the woods will be wisest because what it did was travel through a tree. It used it as a tether for teleportation or something. I don't know exactly how it works, but
I don't know how fucking magic works. Actually, hold on. I have to see if this is on your spell list. I don't think you get it. But if you do,
rangers don't get a lot of spells."
hold on. I know. No, you would know it.
I would?
Yes. So after a little debating about it, the creature casts Tree Stride.
Okay.
That is what the spell is.
Okay.
I forgot it's usually a druidic spell. So I was like, oh, okay. But no,
Okay.
it's also a Ragnar spell. I forgot. And it's probably a witch spell too. Oh, it's definitely a witch spell. I'll make it a witch spell.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah.
I know the spell.
Yeah.
It's used by others of my talents and by witches and other Vater to transport themselves through trees specifically. So I do not think the woods will be a safe haven for us.
Yeah, I fucking know the spell. Sure, okay. We'll go back to the main roads. We will stay out of blind sight of any fucking trees. Um, luckily, when we cross the bridge, there should be open road and hillside until we get to the western gates of Barovia.
Okay. Ari puts the berries back in Ismark's hands. That
Yeah,
sounds like a plan.
yeah.
We should expedite our travel until then, if possible.
If the others are okay forcing themselves to walk a little bit longer, then sure.
I don't
Oh.
think Allegra, at least, will have a problem with that.
Yeah. Um, I'll go fucking catch some rabbits or something. Or maybe we'll just stick with rations. Berries and rations. That's fine. We'll do that.
Yeah, that seems
Yeah.
like the best
Yeah.
course of action. Mhm.
Um,
At least for tonight.
sure. Cool. I'm gonna go start boiling water or washing the. I'm gonna go.
Before you do, I do have one more thing that might help with
Yeah,
your
sorry.
endeavors.
Yes.
And Ari pulls out a knife and just puts it on top of the assorted greenery and
Yes.
walks away.
You walk away, and Ismar looks down at the knife, looks at you, looks at the knife, and then goes, "I'm not gonna fucking ask," and then he fucks off.
Oh yeah, it's a knife with a blade as black as obsidian and a red gem in the hilt. Wow.
Okay. Oh my gosh, you bought him a hell knife, Hell's Kitchen knife.
Oh, so mysterious.
I don't have the layers of hells in my setting. It's layers of fade because I love Dragon Aging I love Dragon Age so much, so I want to call my mine layers the fade. So yeah. So it's the faded kitchen knife, I guess.
Okay.
Instead of Hell Avernus's kitchen knife, I guess.
Hell yeah.
But damn, one day you should probably tell him somewhere in the future, or he'll figure it out on his own when he accidentally hits the ruby pommel, and then fire.
All right, might mention it
Or you can leave like
while
if
he's working on the kitchen stuff.
Yeah.
No, it has an instructional manual inside the
Yeah.
sheath.
I was gonna say it can have an instruction manual in the sheath, or it's got like a little cutesy like tag on the hilt of it that has its name, and it's like
Oh,
careful
I think it's
if you.
funny if Ismark pulls out the knife and paper falls out of the sheath
Yep.
and he has to
Okay.
up.
Perfect. Yeah, he's not gonna fucking ask.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then is a last thing that will happen for our evening of rest, and then shenanigans will happen the next time. Um, Allegra, at some point, while everyone is fucked off, they're doing their own thing. They're talking, they're flirting, they're trying not to get eaten by a giant wolf. Irina comes over to you and just kind of sits next to you and just
I think
offers.
by the time
Yeah.
this happens,
Mhm.
Allegra has like put the sword away and is clutching a stuffed bear to her chest.
Oh.
And yeah,
Like not try like she's hiding it kind of under the cloak that Ari gave her.
yeah,
If Ari didn't take the cloak back,
It's just a
but
blanket.
yeah,
But yeah,
but
Ari will give
like
it to her again.
she's got like this. She's got the bear just clutched to her chest, just like, oh, it will be okay, Allegra. It will be fine. They're just wolves. They are just wolves.
and Irina
Hey.
for a bit kind of lets you like air out, like mutter under your breath, or just mumble. And but she just offers to sit next to you, and eventually you'll feel like her pressure, leaning against you, as like she is offering a form of comfort in her own
Allegra
way.
will like lean her head on Irina's and just go, I'm sorry. I did not mean to worry. worry you. It will be fine.
She nods her head. And she goes, "Yeah, it'll be fine. Um, I'm worried, but I know we you have this. We've got this."
The last time I saw that many wolves was right before I left the village. I do not know if I do not know why they are so numerous so suddenly. I mean, aside from the leadership change in the mole, but thankfully your brother was kind enough to gift me his silver sword, so I at least have a way of defending myself and others, which I did not have last time. Last time it was just a big fuck off wooden hammer. I could not do anything for them at that point. Mother died. My I don't want to call her my stepmother, but my other mother, my mother's wife, was injured, and I didn't even see my sister. I think she was in the abbey. The only part of my family my father protected. And then it was over. So many dead. So many that I could not help, no matter how much I tried. We did not know whether or not they may have lycanthropy, and father was less concerned with the dead, more concerned with the infected. So it was my own responsibility to give funeral rites as much as I could. I think I did not let myself feel it when it happened. I gave way to rage more than I did the grief of the thing. But um, it it will be all right. I will process through it.
She nods her head, allowing you to like state um grievances, like let you talk your thoughts out. Um, you go and you feel. Are both of your hands inside the cloak?
No, the one of them is kind of outside the cloak,
Okay.
resting just like in her lap.
Yeah. She will very gently, like, not hold your hand per se, but put a hand like on the upper part of the arm, and you'll feel like a gentle squeeze. And she goes, "Well, there are many of us now, so you're never alone in this instance. It's like you were last time."
Thank you. I cannot help but feel that in a fight against those things, I would not be much of a help, like I was in the village. It's less rage now and more fear. Something in me instinctually fears them. No.
She nods her head, be like, "It's okay." And then you'll see, like, with her free arm that's not grabbing you, she kind of flexes a little bit. She's like, "I'm pretty strong. I'll protect you."
Of course you are, little one. Of course you are.
Come on, you protected me all these years we played. Come on, I can return the favor for once.
Yes,
I
because
have
that was my
cool
job.
magic. Yeah, and now it's my job with my cool magic to help.
Oh yeah, is it?
Yeah,
Uh, I
Wolf
think
Wolf can't touch me if I set it on fire.
that's true. That is very true. And they tend to run from fire. Only you could, only you could just kind of draw the sword and go. Only you could light this on fire. I bet they'd run from it. Firing, fiery silver.
Irina stares at the sword for a little bit and then thinks on it and be like, give me until tomorrow. I might be able to do something.
Really?
Yeah, I'm Allegra. I'm a sorcerer. I know all the spells in here. And she taps her head. It's like, I could make a sword catch a flame. Easy.
Yes, but without damaging the sword.
Okay, maybe I'll have to ask Lottie or Kat if there is a spell to do that.
See,
But,
there we
like,
go.
I'm pretty sure I can do it. I already can conjure.
Maybe if I coated it in oil,
Ooh. Yeah,
and then
yeah.
yeah, maybe.
And then I firebolt it. Bam!
Yeah, exactly. It might burn my hand off, but you know.
Then we have to get you fireproof gloves. I should have bought something at that shop you guys were at. Maybe they would have had, you know, schematics,
Maybe.
you know, schematics, semantics. Yeah, that's a disembodied voice in the air. um, but Irina puffs her cheeks out and she's like, and rolls her eyes and she's like, "Psh." Anyway, um, I think you're in this case, you're not alone. You have all of us here. Um, just like how Ismark and I thought we were alone with the whole crisis in the village and we couldn't do anything to save us. And then you guys, she nudges your shoulder, um, fucking burned your way into the wood, start burning your way into
I mean,
into
you
our
did
cage.
most of the burning.
I know, because I remember, fire's my thing. But
Yes.
without you guys, I'd still be sick. We'd have lost far too many people. Um,
Well, I couldn't let my childhood best friends be trapped in a dome of zombification forever.
yeah,
It
you
was
can't.
bullshit.
And I'm gonna make sure that my friend right here is not going to be alone with a bunch of stupid little dogs.
No, dogs are cute. Those are wolves.
Okay.
Assholes.
You're right. Okay. Rewording that. I'm not gonna leave you alone by yourself with these stupid little assholes. We're afraid of fire.
Exactly. They should fear you.
Besides, Ismark's really good at scaring away wolves. So, we got this.
Really?
Yeah. You should see him hunt.
You know who I bet would love to see him hunt?
Go on.
Are.
Irina thinks for a very long time. They keep talking with each other. Okay.
Mhm. Are you thinking
Interesting.
what I'm thinking?
We should set them up to hunt more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
I think it would be beneficial for both of them.
Yeah, and he hasn't smiled since God, he was like 16?
Oh goodness.
I don't
Yes,
know.
we have to change that. We definitely have to change that.
Yeah, I know. He needs to smile more, and we will definitely fix that.
I think that would be good for the both of them because Are does not seem the type to smile often either. So if we can make them both make each other smile, I think playing matchmaker may be a little more fun than than fighting off wolves.
It will
And
make
I may not have my
Yeah.
wings anymore, but I make an excellent wing woman. She will say, repeating her same joke.
I think Irina instead of like the dry chuckle or the like, you made a pun, Arena does let out a laugh and nudges you, just like, you are good at that. Okay. One day, me and you have to go on either side of Ismark, and we both have to like do a pun off. I have to see his
Oh
reaction.
goodness. Oh, he'll kill us both. He'll kill us both.
Hey, it'll keep him from being on edge, and it'll help you get things off your mind, and I think that's a win-win.
Fantastic. Do you want to go fuck with your brother?
You see, if Irina was a cat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her eyes would just dilate as like she stares off at her brother, and then goes, "Yeah, okay, okay."
Okay, so the plan, at least
Okay.
my plan, is we continue to bug him and we continue to drive him in Are's direction, and then we fuck off.
Oh, perfect. Okay, okay, all right. I think Irina just gives you a very tight hug. A little bit out of glee of like, yes, we're Operation Mess with My Brother. But also she gives you a hug of just like reassurance and just the joy of having you around. And she just goes, I missed you.
I missed you too. I'm sorry we couldn't talk in the camp. Your brother did not seem to be interested in being separated from you.
Yeah, Madam Ava told us some really bad things and just being cautious.
Ah, yes, no, I understand. Madam Eva told me some interesting things too. I might have to kill my dad.
Cool. Okay. You see, like, Irina looks at you like she wants to, say something, but also is unsure if she should say it. It might bring the mood a little bit down.
No, please, it's fine. I have come to terms with it. Go on.
No, no, I think the thing that Madame Eva told me might be a little bit more fucked up than that. But
I mean, did we not? We could always just have a "is this more fucked up" contest. I don't mind.
so I might be doomed to die.
Oh, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully, nothing ever dies forever in Barovia. And also, my cool magic helps me to heal, and if I get it strong enough, bring the dead back to life.
Hopefully. Hopefully for my case. Yes, yes, yes. Um I don't know, she
In
was
a
really
not necromancy way.
yes, I understand that. I don't think if the way that I go out, it might be hard for me to be me again because of the
Oh,
nature of what she told us.
that is unfortunate, but
Okay. Don't tell Ismark this. Okay?
I won't. I don't tell your brother anything.
Don't tell Ismark that I told you this. Don't tell anyone. Okay? Apparently, he wanted me to keep
Listen,
this me and him.
I have still kept that we put sap in his hair when he was 7.
Okay. I
Keep that
see.
to our graves. Sorry.
So no, you're fine. So like how every like life cycle that happens, there's like the person that Strahd's attached to that gets reincarnated.
Oh, fuck.
She just stares herself and she's like, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that complicates matters.
I don't know if so I'm not gonna think about too much about it. I did think about it a lot last night. Fucked up nightmares. Don't want
I
to
can
think about
imagine.
it.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna. Luckily, she doesn't know it's me, and there's a lot of people kinda look like me. As,
So we just keep you away from the
yeah,
Countess.
I mean, I, I, I don't want to put it off, but like, we should probably keep Lottie away. And then Beth has this really cool thing where she kind of looks like me sometimes. It's really cool.
She did it. She
Yeah.
nearly, I identically replicated my sister, who, strangely enough, looks kind of like you.
Yes. So if we just it'd be no, it'd be really fucked up. I was gonna say it'd be really funny if we collect all the ones that kind of look like me, and then she has like a panic attack about it. But then I think she would just try to kill us one by one, and then try to figure out who's the real one. So I don't think we should do that. But
So what if we kill her before you die?
me.
I mean, I wasn't planning on killing
So
her,
like
but I was
that's
probably going to have to anyway because I was going to kill her wife.
what?
I have plans on murdering. What was the name of the one that let the wolves loose from him all?
Uh, that is Ludmilla Villasek.
Ludmilla. I was going to kill her. Because she was the one who let the wolves loose from him all, and the reason my mother is dead. So then I will then apparently have to then kill Strahd. It is what it is.
For your clarity, creepy. Irina was talking about how Madame Ava told her that Strahd doesn't know it's her because there's a lot of lookalikes like her, and then she was pointing out how like Lottie kind of looks like her, and Beth does kind of cool magic that's really amazing that could make her look like her, and then Allegra brought up her sister, and then she was like, it'd be kind of fucked up if we all showed up and then made her have a panic attack, and then she was like, oh wait, no, she'll probably just kill us all.
That's a lot less worrying.
Yeah, no. She gushed about Beth a lot, and then went, oh my gosh,
Aw.
if we do this, then fucked up shit might happen. Um, but she scratches her face with like, yeah, like is Margarare said, we probably should take it one step at a time, kind of situation. Because we don't. If we go down that path, we might just have to be very careful that we don't repeat the last adventuring party's group.
Well, yes, I did not. I was not going to
Okay.
jump all of them in the castle. I was
Oh,
going
okay.
to attempt to isolate her wife away from her and stake her in the fucking heart.
Yeah.
She'll kind of gently show under her coat where there are stakes just attached to her thigh.
Arita whistles in appreciation.
That was the plan going to the castle to begin with. I was going to figure out which one did it, because I was almost positive it was not the Countess. She's not as hands-on as the brides. I was really hoping it was not Escher. He's cute, and I didn't want to have to kill him, but I will if necessary. But yeah, I had planned on figuring out which one it was, killing them, and then leaving, and then eventually figuring out when I had to kill Strahd. But eventually I was going to have to do it regardless. That was the working plan.
Yeah. She nods her head, like, okay, we'll iron this out. Again, I did treats or like secrecies. I didn't hear that you're planning to do this whole entire thing. You didn't hear about the
Exactly.
you know what. But
I
we'll
don't know what.
exactly, and then we'll meet up and we'll have these like secret conversations like we used to do when we were younger.
Exactly. And now we
And
can go
then we
bug
will
your brother.
exactly. Come on, let's go do it.
Yeah, and she'll head on with her
Yeah.
to go and and annoy Ismark enough to go hang out with Ari.
Yeah, and I imagine the ploy works. It's Allegra and Irina on either side of Ismark as he's cooking, and then Ismark at some point picks up everything from his cooking, everything that he was preparing, and then walks over to Ra, sits down, and then in silence starts cooking things as like even at this point, if like Ra and Beth are like starting their sewing lessons, Ismark will eventually move to you guys and be like, you guys are quieter. And then sit and continue to prepare.
Yeah, Ari's still a little bit awkward after that atrocious gift giving incident.
Yeah.
If
He
Ari looks
does not
over
acknowledge
at
it.
Allegra, she is. If Ari looks over at Allegra, she's just gently giving like a very secretive thumbs up.
With my 17 passive perception, would I notice that?
Yes, absolutely.
Ari would give you a thumbs down.
He would also
And then-
see
Shake your head.
Irina's shit ass eating grin. Shit eating grin.
Facepalm.
I know what you know. Yeah, Ismark gains half proficiency in sewing from sheer boredom. Wait, I think he's proficient in Weaver's tools. Hold on, I did make him a male wife.
Oh my
He
god.
could give me tits. Can I get double proficiency in Weaver's tools from both of these geniuses next to me
No.
advising?
No, he
Maybe
has playing card set, cooker, and cooking utensils, unfortunately.
Ah, damn it.
No.
I don't know, at this rate, if you just keep inviting him to his circle, I guess he could also learn. And then he
Knitting
can
circle.
teach Yeah, and he can teach you guys how to cook.
Wonderful.
Beth can cook.
Okay.
Alright, can't.
There we go. We'll teach Ra how they both get weavers. Ra just gets a
We'll
2-for-1 for this.
Alright, how to do a single wifely thing.
And then
Just
at some
one.
point, yeah, you just keep burning things. We're like, okay, we're gonna stick with sewing first, and then we'll come back to this.
So GM, I know my background on the sheet says acolyte because that's the only one that was on the actual
Yes.
Roll20 character mancer. But
Yeah.
my one that I had picked was folk hero, hence why the
Yes.
fighting of the wolves.
Yep.
I have carpenter's tools.
Same.
Could the Allegra as a person
Yes.
is still trying to figure out is still going to make gifts for folks.
Yeah.
She's not quite done giving RA gifts. Could she find a sturdy enough stick to make a longbow out of?
Yeah. If you want to make like an intricate, like
Yeah, beautifully carved
yeah.
longbow.
you
kind
could
of a
do
deal.
that. Absolutely. I would allow that during. It probably won't be done by the end of the night, but like by the third night, I will say you will
Yeah.
have it done.
Yeah, that's what she does, with her hands.
Absolutely. But I will say dinner eventually is served, even though it is a little bit of like a piecemeal kind of situation of just like here's some berries, here's some herbs, here's some water, and some rations, and you guys enjoy that, and eventually, for brevity's sake, I assume you guys take do watches, but nothing bad will happen throughout your night because of the tiny hut spell. And because Beth rolled really good on her stealth check, so she didn't alert the wolf to come closer, and the wolf rolled really bad on perception, so she can't find you guys. So,
Thank goodness.
thank goodness. Alright, kind of distracted them with that 22 deception.
And so
So,
distracting.
they're so distracting as a beautiful green emerald bird. This wolf somewhere is gonna be like, the fuck? Is this allowed?
Didn't know we had hummingbirds in Barovia? Wild.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so we'll figure out. Hopefully, you don't roll 24 again in the next 4 days. Otherwise, other things can happen. But yeah, we will say you guys have a long rest, and then next session will be the next 4 days, and hopefully Valaki. Maybe. I do have there's a lot of road shenaniganry that are happening between like the 4 days. Like our famous, you know what that's about to happen.
Famous
Okay.
what now?
You know, the famous
no.
windmill. Oh no, it's right around the
Dun,
Oh,
dun,
corner.
You fill it
I
with
also-
flour again?
Explosion! Fireball! Fireball! Fireball!
Who
I also
knows?
need I also need to grab RA at some point.
Yeah.
That's
Again.
These are gonna be a lot of hopefully you guys don't if you guys roll a random encounter where it is a combat, like this could have been a combat situation, but you guys were very careful on getting away from the situation. So we'll see. Otherwise it'll take a while to get to Balaki, and that is A-okay. I got fucked up shit in there though, so I can't wait for you to see. But
Woohoo!
good night to everyone who is watching. There was a lot of you watching tonight, which is wild because I'm like, this is my silly little Curse of Strahd game. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I love my friends, and they love me, and we're just here telling a
Alright.
story together. So goodbye. Say goodbye,
Speaking
YouTube.
of that
Goodbye,
story,
Twitch.
wait, hold on.
What?
Plug
What?
the VODs. Plug the VODs. Plug the VODs.
What?
What the VODs?
Yeah, do plug the VODs.
Yeah, you can watch all of our VODs at Performance Check Show on YouTube.com. You can watch them here, and then you can also watch our lovely, lovely DM, the Paladin Bell, who is also going to be streaming her game next Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
I wonder if I can
Is
face
it next Monday or is it this
It's
coming
not
Monday?
this coming Monday, it's next Monday.
Okay. Yeah.
Like,
I
your
knew it was
game
one of them
and my
days.
game fall the same week now.
Okay.
Yeah, so. Along with Dion's game, too. So I'm just like, yes, look at all these. It's 3 Curse of Strahd games and then a Bell game, and I'm like, oh, yay!
And
It's
then
a
when
Strahd
mine picks,
special. Strahd, back to back to back.
and then when mine picks up in July.
Do you want to also stream it on Performance Check, Bestie? I'll stream it on.
No,
No. Okay.
no stream.
Okay.
I'm just saying you're gonna also have another Strahd game.
It's
Dang.
Strahd back to back to back, and then a reprieve with my fucked up little whodunit.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Yeah. But goodbye, Twitch. Goodbye, YouTube.
Bye.
Get out of here. Good night.
Bye.